how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
Welcome back, comrades. I'm going to say something to start off. 6 weeks is a long time in the greatest apocalypse ever. I've heard on the grapevine that a lot of people have been missing this show. Well, guess what? I've missed this show. I've missed this table. I've missed my studio. I've missed my team. And I've missed all of you guys. But there's nothing I've missed more than the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning, Andy PG. We are back. It's 2022. My name is Double LMC. This is Andy PG, my co-host.
Evening all.
Evening all. It's Rise Above, in case you didn't already know, the show that everyone hates to love. It's a brand new year, so let's have some new graphics. Oh wow, look at that.
Tasty.
It is tasty, isn't it? And let's do something a bit like this. No, this one. Let's say hello to everyone. Let's do these buttons here. Chat crew. On the screen right now, how is everyone doing? How have you enjoyed the break?
All 178 of you.
178 people already. Should we say hello to Master Lee?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get him in.
Okay, salutations time. Enter in the Guardians. Salutations.
Salutations and emanations.
So, Master Lee, 6 weeks. It's been a while since we've all convened at the rabbit table.
Yeah, I've just been catching up on my notes over the 6 weeks, trying to compile them, condense them into one show. I don't think it's possible.
No,
Master Lee, I really enjoyed your chat with the sheep farm boys.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, we could have gone on for a lot longer.
Absolutely.
I think there's going to be a part 2 for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I've got to say a big shout out to Rob, Esoteric Knight of Malta, right? Because the last show that we did before we had the break, it's almost like 10,000 views now.
Wow.
And as of next week, Rob has started a new live channel, and he's going to be doing a prelude to Rise Above, 7 till 9 every week. So, you know, if you guys can't get enough of this kind of content, and you can't wait until 9 o'clock, Omar Beats has got the lights on, look at that. Omar, are you going to say hello to everyone?
Yeah, I will do.
He hasn't got his mic set up yet.
Hello.
Hello.
I can't believe you've actually turned it on.
Yeah, of course, it's all turned on, ready to
Good
go.
to go, mate.
Can someone grab us that mic stand as well? Andy, would you mind doing that for us?
Yeah,
It's just there.
How
mate.
cool do all these new graphics look? We need to say thank you to Magix because of this. He has been working hard behind the scenes. Let me do some shout outs. Big out Kelly J, Cheech McDuck. Shit, you're new. We've got loads of new people. Look at that. Big up Rob, Esoteric Knight of Malta. Hang tight with the Sheep Farm crew. Soviet Union Defector, Eye for an Eye. Sam Carno, Nonconformist. Sasha English. Tree Climbing Matt. Hello there. Crown Jewels. We're going to be showing some of Crown Jewels music, not in this show, but going forward. They've been releasing some really, really good stuff.
Yeah, man.
Whoa, I don't even know where to start, you know.
Mate, the Soviet Union have been
Well, before we
smashing
start,
it.
can I do a quick plug?
Oh, absolutely.
Right, I'm looking at setting up an Inner Guardians mystery school for Metanoia.
Okay.
So it's for people that are going to be interested in going really deep into some stuff.
Ooh. What, you mean that you can go deeper than you go on the show already?
Yeah, we're going to touch 6%, not 5%, 6%.
Wow.
Deep.
Someone said the mics are a bit hot, so I've just turned it all down. Let me take it down there. Yeah, let us know how we sound. We're all a bit rusty. We've been away for 7 weeks. I've almost forgot how the HQ worked. So many buttons and lights everywhere. But I'll tell you what, guys, it's really, really good to be back.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
So, Lance, how was it?
How was it?
How was Mexico?
Mexico. You need to do that on your mic. There you go.
Sweet.
Right, Mexico is a beautiful country. It's amazing. And it's massive. I had no idea how absolutely massive Mexico actually was until I tried to travel just from Cancun to Mexico City in 4 weeks.
Well,
and we weren't allowed to fly. We didn't fly.
These huge countries on continents tend to be, fairly large.
Yeah, but it's massive. It's like half the size of the United States.
So what you're saying, you needed 3 months?
Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah,
I saw like 20% of the country. There's a lot of variety there. Some amazing architecture. You can see a lot of reset stuff going on as well. Like if you watch my videos, oh yeah, let me plug that as well. Basically, let me share the screen. What would we do? We're not sharing the screen. We always like to share the screen here at Rise Above. I'm well rusty on these controls. The show you hate to love is back. That's right.
Is this all Magic's?
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Like,
big up Magic's if you're watching. I know you're not feeling good at the moment, mate.
Yeah, big up Magic's. Get well soon, mate. So yeah, here's a few shots of me repping some of the t-shirts in Mexico. This is actually leaning up against the ruins in Palenque, which is in Chiapas, a state almost in central Mexico. And I was rocking Reject the Soviet Union here, up in a little hut in San Jose del Pacifico, right? Anyone that's following me, we had a bit of a shit experience leaving Mexico.
Yeah, man.
Basically, big up Sagehead on this one. Basically, we had our rollerblades stolen by the security guards. Yep. Blatantly stolen them in front of everyone. At the security check.
That their next cigarette break, they were whipping those bad boys on and going out into the car park. For sure.
So, yeah, I'm not going to lie. We had a mixed bag of... we had a fantastic adventure, as anyone can see that watched the videos. All the videos are on the other Rise Above channel. The link is in the description. There's 10 videos up so far. I could probably make another 5 out of all the footage I've got. Whether I'll get around to that or not, not sure. But there's some really, really good videos on there. And you actually get to see over 10 different places, because in some of those videos I was in multiple locations.
Definitely my favourite bit in the videos was the mushroom prophet.
This one here. This was in...
this dude was sick.
This was in Palenque, in Chiapas. This guy literally just appeared out of the jungle. Have you seen any of these videos in The Guardians?
Yes, yeah. I've been following them.
Have you seen the one we're talking about with the guy with the mushroom hat wearing the dress?
Yeah.
It's sort of procedurally generated.
With the Solomon star around his neck.
With the Solomon star around his neck, funnily enough. He's sort of we were having this quite a deep spiritual conversation about all of the stuff, that we talk about on the show and more. And we're talking about, destiny and stuff like that. And we left the seats, went out to the car park, and this guy just sort of appeared. He wasn't there before. We don't know where he came from. It's like he was procedurally generated by the jungle.
He just grew out the ground, mate.
He just grew out the ground.
A mushroom.
Yeah, but
he was rendered from the realm.
Yeah, definitely. It was like... Yeah, Poppy Twist says the mushroom prophet was amazing. So yeah, a big shout out to everyone that checked those videos out. I tried to make it a mix of...
I think I really liked your first video as well, when you went doing was it the first one, maybe the second? Doing the ritual.
The spiritual, the Temazcal ceremony.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like an ancient Mayan sort of...
He was kind of brushing off the bad energy with his
but that was only the
pre-ceremony.
You didn't see what happened inside the wigwam.
No.
Like inside the wigwam, it was next level. Like when they chucked all this water with the herbs of the jungle onto these massive hot stones that they were baking in the fire.
I saw the dude when you were outside. You said you could last about 20 minutes in there, and then you could see him taking these massive.
They were red hot. It was pitch black in there. There's about 12 people. And basically, once the water starts evaporating, it is like the hottest, most hardcore sauna you've ever been in. Then some guy starts chanting, and my mate Sam, big up Sam, Toroidal Dynamics, he was actually on a didgeridoo, which he had blessed in that ceremony inside the Temazcal hut, and there was a guy singing, and like, I'm not gonna lie, I cried like a baby. It was so powerful.
Did you?
Yeah. It was like being in the birthing chamber. It was overwhelmingly hot, completely chokingly humid, 40 degrees and pitch black, and it was like being in a whirlwind because they were whirling the towel around. And imagine like it felt like there was a whole tribe of people around me going, "Hoy, woo, woo, woo." It was mental, mate. Whoa. Yeah. I cried. I literally felt like all of the negative energy of like everything was just pouring out of me. But because you're already dripping with sweat to the fact you're soaking wet, no one can tell that you're also crying your eyes out. But I was anyway. I don't care. I was it was mental.
And then it was down to partake of some chaga.
Well, no. First of all, then they splash loads of like ice cold water over you as you come out, and it's pitch black in the middle of the jungle.
So how long did that go on for in the wigwam?
They reloaded the hot stones 3 or 4 times. Okay. I think we were in there for almost 40 minutes.
Wow.
I came out twice because I had to.
Yeah.
They said we did really well. Some people leave before they even put the towel over the door, because they put the towel over the door to stop any of the steam coming out and make it pitch black. So you can't see your hand in front of your face. All you can see is the glowing stones in the pitch black.
Yeah, nice.
And it's a big pit around, and you're sat around it. So like, if anyone really fucks up, like, you're gonna fall into a pit of red hot stones as well for like a bit of added danger. But I'll tell you what.
And then they're putting herbs in the water. And
the water looked like it was buckets of what looked like ayahuasca. It was buckets of black water.
Whoa.
So the water was heavily permeated with like a load of different herbs. Have you heard of this Temescal ceremony in the Guardians?
Not this one precisely, but I know of various different in sort of indigenous or Central American ceremonies.
Yeah, and these herbs.
From what I saw, it seemed very similar to some of the stuff in Santeria.
Right. Okay. Basically,
there's a thing called Santa Daime. I don't know if you've heard of that.
Santa Daime. Yeah. You saw me go into the Santa Muerte shop, right?
Yeah.
I tried to drink that. I haven't taken the lid off yet. Welcome back, peasants. Right, yeah. So I don't know if anyone remembers. In the Guardians, brought up the subject of Santa Muerte, which is this, the saint of death. Yeah. This sort of pseudo-Catholic death.
Looks like the Grim Reaper. It's portrayed as a Grim Reaper. Yeah.
He said, watch out for it. Check something out if you go there. Well, it was, funnily enough, after we left the Mushroom Prophet, we went into this town and they had like an Esoteric shop. We went inside. It was basically a Santa Muerte supermarket. Like everything was either a serum or a hormone or a candle or a charm or a curse, and it was like, and we were just like, whoa, super interesting.
I was very impressed with when you bumped into Ronald McDonald.
Yeah.
That was a strange manifestation.
Because it wasn't in a McDonald's. It was a full-blown Ronald, but in like some, hamburger. No, it was a hot dog joint.
I think it was a collective hallucination.
Yeah, do you know what was funny? Because that was on Christmas Day, and that was when we were skating. And if you noticed, there was no one else there. We were literally had the whole town to ourselves.
Well, you were on the road, weren't you? You were skating on the road.
Skating in the middle of the road in a big seaside resort. What we didn't count on was the fact that it is a proper Catholic country. I've been going to Buddhist countries for the last 10 years, and there Christmas is everyone's got Christmas hats on, and there's Christmas trees and there's fake snow, but it's a massive party for the tourists on Christmas Day, on Christmas Eve, all of it. Well, I tell you what, we walked for 2 hours to try and get food after that skating incident at
because
night.
nothing was open.
Nothing was open.
You were saying on your video that they take it very seriously over there.
Everywhere was a nativity scene, and like the baby Jesus wasn't even there until Christmas Day. Like the nativity scene was there for 2 weeks, and there was an empty baby Jesus, and everyone in the whole country, they go and put their baby Jesus in.
That's like a thing for them. Yeah, nice. Well, if you're into it,
so that sort of brings me on to my next point about Mexico. One of the best experiences was when I went to the cave, this underground water cenote, right? And we actually had this tour guide who was he was almost like an ultra-national Mayan. He goes, I'm not Mexican, I'm a very proud Mayan. And he talked his heritage, back hundreds of years. And, he was telling me the most amazing stories that I hadn't heard before about Mayan culture and stuff. But apart from that, I didn't really learn a lot about Mexican culture because it's pretty much been taken by the Catholic Church. You know,
this
I'm always honest about somewhere. I would have much more enjoyed it if the Catholic Church didn't turn up 500 years ago.
Well, because you'd have
Definitely.
seen Mexico rather than a Mexican version of Europe.
Yeah.
Well, this is something that should be seriously considered, and I think a lot of people in the sort of postmodernist age don't really realise that there has been civilizations wiped out throughout history.
Yeah.
So you know, when people sort of poo-poo sort of the eugenesis or the depopulation stuff, this is nothing new.
Yeah. And also,
And,
and this is a bit of a negative spin. I noticed also that there clearly been some sort of economic brain drain reset in recent decades. And the reason I say this is that we went to some hotels. We spend in between 20 and 50 quid a night for a hotel.
Yeah.
Very rarely less than 20, very, very rarely more than 50. And we noticed in a lot of places, and in different parts, different states of Mexico, that there were hotels that had been historic or semi-historic buildings, what would be listed buildings in this country, but they had previously had very up-to-date key card entry systems on every door, but those has been switched off and someone had drilled a fat hole in the middle of them, and now you used a rusty key to open the hotel door. And you think, what am I talking about? Well, basically what I'm saying is it's very clear that in the last couple of decades, a lot of the high-end or people that knew what they were doing, hotel chains, families, businessmen, whatever, had cleared off and probably gone to America. And then people who hadn't been running hotels before had bought them up cheap. You know,
Hence the rusty keys and
yeah, and you go to places that were 4-star, and you know they would have like peacocks in the garden and stuff, but then there'd be something really basic that was super shit. And you think, wait a minute, you've got this guy wearing that stupid uniform over there, you've got peacocks and all of this finery.
So it didn't add up, nothing.
Yeah, there's a few things like that. Everyone's heard of the brain drain. It's one of the problems of mass migration. When a lot of people want to emigrate to another country, they're usually the brightest, most put together people.
They call it going English or going American in Central America.
Sorry, they
use a term like going English means going to sort of English or England or English speaking countries, or going American.
Oh, that's the term. That's the term for getting out. Yeah,
that's the brain drain.
Or maybe what it was is that all of the really eager people, because I'm going to be honest, I found the customer service and the quality of things a bit lower than I expected to be, and I knew it was Mexico. The country is beautiful, but I think there was a few, because we wanted to do the adventure thing, and we did some touristy stuff too.
Yeah, sure, yeah. A bit of
and I tell you what, the adventure was great. I really wish I'd learnt Spanish before I went. That would have been a good idea. Because hardly anyone spoke English, and why should they? Because they live in a Spanish-speaking world. But yeah, it was a mixed bag. It was an amazing adventure. But yeah, oh shit, I need to talk about the level of covietism in Mexico.
Yeah.
Whoa, I was blown away, right? Because to get into Mexico, I didn't have to do anything. I had to fill in a health questionnaire that basically said, have you got DIVOC? And you clicked yes or no. And when you click no, you got a QR code that no one ever asked to see or check.
So it's completely pointless.
Yeah, and the entry requirements were, when you turn up, if you feel sick, seek medical advice. Well, isn't that just like the requirements of day-to-day life? If you feel sick, seek medical advice, right? But when you get there, mate, there is no resistance to the Soviet Union. There is 1,000 hand sanitizer stations everywhere. There are people walking down the street with hand sanitizer backpacks with squirty guns.
Really?
Giving it to you in your hands. People, right. I've seen people on multiple occasions walk into restaurants, take a squirt of hand sanitizer and rub it all over their face.
No.
In Mexico, in restaurants, people will put on their mask, 2 masks, at the table in between mouthfuls.
No.
Yeah, and chew with the mask on. Oh yeah, I've seen that a lot.
No.
Not just like you're driving on a coach and it's like a desert and cactuses, and there's one person stood at a bus stop in the middle of nowhere and they're wearing 2 masks outside. And there, people in Mexico, their mask goes up underneath their glasses, right up there, it's like underneath their eyelids, and it goes down here. And they have different shaped masks. They are shaped so they cover more of your face and they come out like a beak.
Really?
Yeah,
Did you get
I mean,
any
I'm not-
pictures of that.
Well, like if you look at like what of the beaks.
Yeah.
Did you not see the picture I posted in Mexico City? There was 2 people outside with double masks on.
playing chess?
No,
Is
no,
that-
and they had like visors and gloves. No. Yeah,
Whoa.
and I took a picture of them from a taxi, and they looked at me as I took the picture like that, and they're both staring at me like that. But and I tell you what, there's no exemptions.
My big question is, did you see any biohazard bins
No,
for the masks?
no.
So all of those double masks and just being
Yeah.
discarded.
I saw
in a
people
regular-
queuing up down the street all over the place to get tested, all over the place. You could barely walk anywhere without seeing a queue of people queuing up outside a very small clinic.
But don't you think that's the sort of red flag or elephant in the room?
Absolutely.
That if what they're telling us is what they're telling us, and we're to take it as true, that means people are walking around with viral loads. Now, the first thing you would do with that type of situation is to sort out the disposal of biohazardous materials.
Yeah.
Now, I've not seen one biohazard bin in a public space.
Yeah, this has been said from the start, and it's and nowhere. Yeah, COVID union factor, no biohazard bins anywhere.
Yeah, you would have thought the priority would be to get teams of people in hazmat suits going around with
empty
Yeah, to dispose of them.
biohazard,
Well, also, do you know what I've clocked as well? Because I've had to go through this system of this day 2 and day 8 PCR test that I have to do here on my own while no one else is looking. Right? I've got to put that myself, the swab, in the tube, in a plastic bag which they've sent me, and put in a box which they sent me with a single sticker on it, and put it in the post.
Yeah, so you've
Right?
got biohazardous material
So
flying
people are
through Royal
literally
Mail.
Royal Mail is probably being kept alive simply by biohazard materials being posted all over the place, because that was 2 tests for me. If I paid an extra £100, I could have done a day 5 test, which would allow me to go back to work and stop self-isolating.
Right.
So that would have been 3, and then if I was doing if I had a job which required me to do what do we call PCR test, pro-COVID reactions, like once a week. Think about all that flying around.
Yeah.
Just constantly swabs, infected swabs just flying around in the postal system.
I'm actually disappointed that they're dropping the mask mandate.
Let's
for
keep
me,
it.
Well, yeah, I like it. To me, it's a marker. I can spot the Satanists from 100 meters.
Yeah, but now we'll be able to spot super Satanists.
Well, that's a point. But then you've also got a category. I call them the half mask wearers, which to me they're kind of like, they know it's not what they're told it is, but they haven't got a backbone to not wear it.
No, that's
There's-
the go along to get
there's-
along.
For me, there's 3 types of mask wearers. You've got the full face and under the glasses, like what Lance says, and then you've got the ones which is just under the nose, and then you've got the chin strap wearers
Well,
because
to me,
their
like,
jaws are just falling open.
right. If somebody's a full mask wearer, I can actually appreciate that, because they obviously they believe in something, yeah, and they believe that mask is helping them. What I don't understand is the half mask wearer. To me, that they're not to be trusted, because they're kind of like two-faced. They're the flip-floppers.
Yeah, no, I sort of agree with you on that one as well.
Or they're cowards.
Yeah, they go along
Yeah,
to
they
get
go,
along.
yeah.
I say, yeah.
Because
But
in
the
Mexico,
full mask wearers, the full mask wearers, I actually.
Yeah, I mean they're
can't
just
respect
under
them.
complete mind control, like
Yeah,
no
I kind of
question
respect
about
them,
it.
because at least they're congruent to what they believe in. Whereas to half wear it, to me, shows a real lack of character. and
Yeah.
backbone.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll tell you what, in a couple of places, namely in Oaxaca City, when we walked down the street with no mask on, people were literally staring, pointing, and shouting at us.
Really.
The police, it was like there was 1,000 people there, and we were the only people without masks, and probably the only gringos, and it was us. And I had Reject the COVID Union t-shirt on. But yeah, I was walking along and people were literally like, like that. And the police with like 12 gauge shotguns were like, put on a face mask. And I just said, no comprende, rise above. And I just kept walking. Because I'll tell you what, and the couple of times I had to put it near my face to get into somewhere, and they said, put it over your nose, after 1.5 seconds, I felt like flying headbutting someone. Like, it made me feel like, what the fuck, get this off my face. Like, when we, I had to wear it on the chin in the airport as we're leaving. And as soon as I got onto the British Airways flight, I just ripped it off and I put my lanyard on, because that stupid. I mean, as much as I hate that green lanyard, it means that you can don't have to wear the mask for 9 hours. The guy next to us, he wore his mask right up there, right down here for 9 hours. He didn't even touch it.
If you know
that's
what's coming.
disgusting.
You know what's going to come after the 26th, after they drop the mask mandate. They're going to go OTT with the hand the hand satanizer, I call it.
Satanizer.
Well, because we don't know what's in it, do we? Really?
No. I'll tell you what, as soon as my hands, I've never had such bad skin, because some places simply wouldn't let you in unless you'd have to have a squirt of it, and I would just go like that, just flick it off straight away, right in their face, because I don't care.
No, yeah, of course.
Some people said some stuff to me in Spanish. I'm still here, but like even just that, I've noticed that my skin and my hands just like have been shit.
You
like,
can set
really
light to
dry.
it. If you set light to it, it's got an invisible flame.
Yeah. Has it?
Yes, if you put a blob of the
sorry.
hand sanitizer and I mean, someone probably tuned in now has got some.
Like
Mexico
Mexico must get through like
Go and put a
33
little, bit on-
billion
bit on the-
tons of hand sanitizer a day.
Squirt a bit on the side and set light to it.
We need a
the
meme for
flame
that.
will be invisible.
Yeah, meme squad. Right, on the subject of memes. So where did we get to? Let's have a look at this. Right, so now we're on a roll. We know what's going on here. So yeah, we've got a nice meme here of the Mexican Federal Forces stealing my rollerblades. And don't forget to check out all the Mexico videos on here. Right, t-shirts are available on the site, as you can see at the moment. You see what me and Andy PG are rocking. I've got the Greta Reset Special, Virus Man. Reject the Soviet Union. That's the one that everyone
Sporting the
really loves to
rejection.
hate.
Yep.
That t-shirt outsells every other t-shirt 33-1.
This is 33-1, of course.
Right. So yeah, all t-shirts are now available, and we have got a graphic for this. Look what Magix has made for us. Check this out. All
Yeah,
t-shirts
nice.
and hoodies, everything exempt. Original Rise Above, Greta Reset, the original Master Lee t-shirt here. It's riseabove.news/shop. Thank you to everyone that's been ordering. Yeah, reject
I take
the
it you've sold out of the Master Lee t-shirts.
We can't sell out. They're made
We
to
need
order.
an Inner Guardians one.
Haven't you not noticed? Look, Inner Guardians is hidden in the hoodie.
I know, but that's still on the Rise Above logo. We need it just for the Inner Guardians.
Okay,
I reckon.
we'll consult Master Lee on what he wants on the design. Yeah,
Yeah.
but these hoodies have got the little.
No, I've already told you, it's got to be just nothing. Invisible.
Like a black logo on a
silhouette.
black t-shirt.
Just a
like
silhouette.
super stealth. Right now, while I've been away, I've been
that's sick.
drawing. Okay, guys, I took my tablet with me. In fact, I bought a new tablet before I went. No, a new tablet, Michael. And I've been drawing, and I've had the ladies in mind because the girls want some t-shirts, right? Now, if you see this design here on the left, I've pasticed a few things together and
Oh, yeah,
redrawn
that's
it myself
dope,
by
that,
hand. You can see that the sexy rabbit geisha is actually holding a copy of The Greatest Apocalypse Ever by Master Lee. Look, you can't see it. It's not finished yet. I'll make it even better. But yeah, we've got this sort of like, I don't know, what is it? Techno. What was it? Tanky bunny here. Also, I have been working on these trans geisha designs, hand drawn. These are going to be coming soon. So, ladies, at the end of the day, unless you get the pink one, you can wear a pink t-shirt
mate,
if you want.
Do you know that one on the left? I'd wear that design on the
Yeah,
left.
I'd wear it all day, but I'm thinking more of the girls because I am going to do proper girls fitted t-shirts, girls cut t-shirts, not unisex.
Oh, that one on the left.
So you can wear a girls cut t-shirt with that one as well. But I'll put it on the unisex t-shirts too. What else have we got here? And I have I've redrawn.
Yes, this is brilliant.
You like that, yeah?
I want that on a hoodie, on a t-shirt, on a cap.
So originally conceived by Virus Man, I redrew it on Infinite Painter.
The Graphinator.
We're going to put the graphics on it all in HD. I reckon that's going to be like a fat hoodie.
Yeah.
Special edition hoodie.
Yeah.
What's everyone saying about these designs? Let me know what you think in the comments section, because you got to keep watching the website. New stuff is uploaded all the time. The Rejects the Soviet Union hoodie is available today. Full everything exempt. It's all up there, so get checking it out. Oh yeah, should we have a competition?
Yeah, let's do it.
Right. Every week now, going forward on Rise Above, we're going to have a competition where we give away a T-shirt. Now, Russ Kieran, comment section, what is this? What does this say to you? Because I look very carefully, right? Now, the character in black is John D, but obviously it's Health Chancellor Gates as John D, and he's spellcasting something before him, which is the virus, but it's also a person. So to win,
who is that?
To win a T-shirt this week, this is what I thought. You could name every person in this picture to win the T-shirt, but then you know what happened next? Russ Kieran came with a remix, and I said no, this one's better. All right. So, this week's competition on Rise Above, to win a T-shirt of your choice, any T-shirt you want from the website, any size, any colour, any design, you need to name every single person on this collage. Is it collage?
Yeah, well,
It's a collage meme. Yeah. It's a collage meme. John D spellcasting, right? I've given you Health Chancellor Gates. I haven't given you any of the others, but you've got to guess all of them. And I will be sending all of your entries to Russ Kieran. And the way that you enter is you send your entry to riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. That's riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Let me put it up on the screen.
That is Coviart.
Yeah.
Coviart,
nice.
nice.
Homer Beats has coined it. It's Coviart. This is like proper like Renaissance Coviart.
This is brilliant.
Now I left it on the screen big enough time because obviously to win this competition, to win the T-shirt, you're going to need to pause it and get a pen and paper out, and then you will need to
screenshot that shit, guys.
At riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. It's in the middle of the screen at the bottom. That is how you enter the competition. We do sizes small to double extra large, and these T-shirts are not tight fit like before. These are regular fit. I wear a large in this, and it's quite baggy. You've got a medium on.
Medium.
Yeah, they're not the skinny fit ones we had before. These are regular fit T-shirts, 100% cotton. Yeah. All right, so big up Russ Kieran. We have got more memes from him coming soon. Go on.
On the subject of Coviart, you know, I've spoken about art appreciation and the transmission of energy between the artist and the observer. Well,
yes, you have. Yeah.
Potentially in 10 years' time, when people observe these memes, looking back through history, they may be able to connect with the designer and the creator of these memes. Something
Absolutely. I honestly think, and I don't care, we produce the best memes and best Coviart in the whole crater of Rise Above. No one can no one can test us. And I think what Master Lee says is absolutely right. In years to come, people will look back on this crazy period that we're living through now, like the rise and fall of the Soviet Union, and what are they going to? How are they going to remember it? They're not going to remember it from an NHS poster.
Can I say, right? I was thinking the other day, right? This era is like the new Renaissance, or the new types of creation. If you think about it,
yeah.
And what's coming after? What comes after the Renaissance? A change of history and a reset.
Yeah. Look, hey, there's nothing new under the sun.
Talking of the
it's
fall
all cyclical.
Yeah. Talking of the fall of the Soviet Union, I think it's worth mentioning about. Hashtag save Boris.
Oh, mate,
What's everybody's take on Boris? Maybe
let me go to my memes.
I think Boris is absolutely smashing.
I didn't know if anyone didn't notice, right? But before I went away for 6 weeks, I gave Boris a call. I said, look, we're having a break. Can you carry on dismantling the Soviet Union narrative in our absence? Can you do that? I'll tell you what, the Tories just ran with it.
I reckon they're just trying to test everyone to actually see how stupid the population
is. Anybody actually listening?
Let me get to my Boris section, and then we can talk about Boris.
At one of the publicly known parties that they had, Boris said, "Hold my drink."
Yeah, hold my beer.
But do you know what was great when he did the apology the other day? He sat down like a little schoolboy, and Look, had a mask on to make the apology. It was just, oh my god, it was
crazy.
classic. But like, hey, I made a post the other day that didn't go down very well with some people about Boris.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
about
yeah.
how
Well, of course it won't.
I
It's
think
political.
we need to hashtag save Boris. He's the greatest prime minister ever. No one has done more apart from Rise Above in the great awakening of waking up the peasants, right? So we've got some memes to go with this.
I don't know if you picked up on it when I was on the sheep farm. I actually mentioned about Boris, and I think it confused a lot of people because I said potentially he could actually be a good guy, and I think it didn't go down too well. Not so much with Dom and Chris, but with people that were listening.
They don't want to hear it, mate. They don't want to hear that.
No, I don't think they fully understood what I was trying to say. I was saying that he could be a lighter cultist. He could be. I'm not saying he is, but...
Or a grey cultist. I think he's
Yeah.
the jester, mate. I think he's the jester. It's like he's there to show, to show the light and the dark.
Just think about it for a
Can
second.
we have a vote in the chat?
Just think
Like,
about it for a second, right? They've got Boris being a, bumbling buffoon or acting like a bumbling buffoon in the UK. Fuck me, have you seen Biden? He can't even string a sentence together. So you've got both of the, the most powerful Western countries, I would say England and America, just with some complete retards in charge. And it's obviously, it's no coincidence they're both being so ridiculous at the same time. These
Can we
people
have a Rise Above election, like in the chat? So I don't know what indicators you want to give for like keep Boris in or get rid of him. Like maybe 1 for keep him in and 2 for get him out.
All
Over
right,
on
so
election.
wait, all right, okay, so we'll just have B dash in or B dash out on the hashtag. So it's hashtag B dash in or B dash out. What is everyone saying about Boris? All right, Jason Jackson has just said get rid. Boris is
what you wish for.
Julia
my man.
B says Boris is our trump card. Zach Starard says Team Boris. Robert Thane is 2. Chop the Dog says in. So we've got. I think that's roughly 50-50 split, isn't it?
Well, it's got to be, isn't it?
It's got to be.
It's got to be 51%.
Someone got right down my throat saying, "Oh my God, you probably fell for Q as well because you think the Tories are going to save you." I said, "Listen, I don't think anyone's going to save me. My point is that I would much rather have someone that is flouting all of the stupid rules and rubbing it in the peasants' faces rather than someone that's being a proper diligent slave, acting like they actually believe in it." That would be
horse-faced
really
Jacinda.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. That would be really terrifying.
I mean, look at what Macron's doing in France, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, that's full on. Or like in Australia, where it's like,
Be careful, because
don't
we'll have
even
Mr.
speak to anyone.
Trilateral Commission walk in here and start running shit if Boris
Yeah,
gets
listen,
out.
I've just been to a country where people wear 2 masks in bed and rub hand sanitizer on their face in the morning. It's like things could be a lot worse.
Yeah, look at Australia.
I
Look
think
at
it's a bit
New
eerie.
Zealand.
It's a bit eerie that we've got off quite lightly compared to everybody else. It makes
Yeah, well, we've
makes you
speculated
wonder what's
before
coming.
they're saving us till last. The head of the serpent.
Maybe something else is going on.
All right,
I have a
know.
feeling something is going on. I'll come on to that in a minute. Right, let's go back to Boris because obviously, right, enter Sagehead with a meme like this. There ain't no party like a number 10 party. Who have we got here? We've got Peppa Pig, which is Boris. Look at this. We've got
Is that
Ming the Merciless with his own moon juice.
It looks like Dracula.
Dressed like Dracula. Health Chancellor Gates coming in with Britney Spears. So yeah, basically, like, look at this: booze, nibbles, and party games until the early hours, while the rest of us were cancelling Christmas. They're even showing pictures of them carrying in an extra drinks fridge.
Brilliant.
It's brilliant. It's
brilliant.
great. This is
It's
the greatest
amazing.
thing ever. Great. The brilliant, greatest Prime Minister ever. Carry on. Do it more. Do it more. The only thing I don't like is that I haven't got an invite to these parties. I bet they're fat.
I reckon.
I bet
they are
people get
fat,
absolutely wrecked.
Yeah.
Over everything, anything you want is at this party.
No, they'd have the best green there.
They've
I think
everything.
sure.
the expose on the Red Room with the cocaine and hookers, that's coming next.
Oh, wow.
A red room. They got their own red
I mean,
room.
there was that. Hold up, a few. I distinctly
basement.
remember a couple of months ago that there was an article. I can't remember who published the article, but there was traces of cocaine found on toilets in the Houses of Parliament.
Yeah, there was in every
Yeah.
toilet as well. Not just
Of
one
course
toilet.
there is.
So they are, partaking.
Love a bit of cocaine in the House of Parliament. Let me change up the background. Got so many new flavours here. Big up
Well,
Magic.
it's basically alcoholic on benefits, yeah.
Living off the state.
Okay. Okay. So, this picture I got here, that really sums it up. We coined it. Is that Fred West?
Yes.
Yeah, Fred West, Hillary Jones.
That's not
No.
Fred West. It's,
No, it's not Fred West. Sorry, it's the Yorkshire Ripper.
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire Ripper. Peter Sutcliffe. Peter Sutcliffe. This is more work here from Russ Kieran.
He always does the coke dripping out their nose.
Yeah, it's wicked. Who heard Dr. Hillary Jones on GMTV saying that vaccine mandate, Britney Spears mandate should be reversed?
Ooh.
Did anyone else hear this?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it's in the last couple of days.
Wow.
A proper U-turn. Here's peasant baiting for Boris. Absolutely classic.
Wow.
Is this? Oh no, this is Sagehead. Absolutely stellar work. I must say, right,
He's got the Freemasonry badge on there.
in the break while we've been away, like Magix and Virus Man have taken a break, and like Sagehead and Auntie Koviet have really like ran away with it.
Anticovid's been
Yeah. We'll see some more work coming from her very soon. Okay, what else have we got here? Oh, before I forget, I've got to give a shout out to Abdul from Booking.com. Right, I mentioned on live that I got stitched up by booking somewhere that didn't exist, and we basically got dropped in a favela.
Didn't the locals laugh at you when you showed them the picture?
Yeah. It was like $40 for this apartment. It had swimming pool and everything, and they looked at the picture like, no way. Hey, luckily it wasn't a dangerous neighbourhood, and we thankfully got help by a very friendly man called Louis Fernandez, Big Louis. He took us to his house, gave us some water, etc., etc. But anyway, I got charged up front for someone that didn't exist. So I got back. We had a few other issues with our bookings as well. I got back and I phoned up Booking.com to complain. And I came through to a guy called Abdul. And Abdul, if I didn't know, I thought he was from England. He spoke very well spoken, sort of Oxford, Cambridge sort of accent, right? But he was talking to me.
Oxford-esque.
Turns out he's Egyptian. He's in Egypt. Never been to England. Never even met an English person. He's obviously and he knew all about our politics and stuff. Anyway, he was sorting out my problems. Got me a refund, and then I found that some other place had charged me where I'd only stayed there one night. They charged me for free. We got talking, and the subject of the Britney Spears concert came up.
Of course.
And he said
Only a
about
matter
he
of
said
time,
he,
guys.
he's been very real with me. He was like, you went to Mexico, you should maybe do a bit more research before we get dropped in a slum. I was like, oh, okay. And he said, how come you went to Mexico? And I said about the restrictions. It came up. Well, once it came up, Abdul unleashed. 2 hours later, after Abdul has been dropping all these facts and figures about the whole of Covietism is bullshit, nothing adds up, etc., etc., etc. He's like, it turns out he's the only person that hasn't taken it at his work. And he's like, wow, this is so great that I get to talk to someone and you're English about this. And I was talking to Abdul for almost 2 hours. Abdul, big up yourself if you're tuned in over in
You obviously
Egypt.
told him about Rise Above.
Yeah, he's watching now. He subscribed.
Awesome,
He messaged
awesome.
me earlier. He took my WhatsApp and everything. But he'd worked it all out. But it's almost like he hadn't had a chance to talk to anyone about it yet.
Right, so he just needed to let loose.
Yeah, and I really let him unleash, and he was right about everything. He's obviously a very intelligent guy, and he was going deep into all the anomalies with what's happening. Why don't the government care about how many people die of cancer, obesity? Why is no one talking about building your immune system, etc.? All of the meat and potato stuff that we've been talking about, and more. And I said, mate, I think you would really enjoy my show. I said tune in tonight. So yeah, I've got to say a big shout out to Abdul.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Do you know, it'd be really good to get him like on a phone in line. So talk about things happening in Egypt.
No, totally.
He's in the chat. He's in the chat now.
Is he in the
brilliant.
chat? Oh, big up Abdul. When we do a customer services show in the next few weeks, I'll get you to phone in and call in. Speaking of customer services, do you know who I've got to try and line up a show with?
Go on.
You know, big up Terra Slim, right, and JD.
Oh, I see.
Right, okay,
I know
no.
what you're talking about.
We know about this blue tick rapper called Nova Flip, who in previous encounters with me,
he's just a communist, mate. He's literally a socialist, communist.
look, I have to be neutral and fair because he wants to come on the show. He's actually taken up the offer of coming on the show because Terra Slim has been trying to set up this debate between me and him. In a nutshell, the first time I met the guy online, he was going on about Black Lives Matter, and I just dropped the Black Lives Matter thing. Yeah. And I mentioned George Soros. Well, within 2 comments, the guy had called me a white supremacist.
Of course,
right. Now, you know, I've called him a race tard, and I think I called him a cultural Marxist race tard, actually. You know, things got a bit heated online, and I'm very open. You know, if I think someone's being disingenuous and you know, just dropping things like you're a right winger, a white supremacist, which is quite ludicrous for anyone that knows anything about me. You know, but listen, he's agreed to come on the show.
You're Farang anyway, aren't you?
I'm from Farangistan. But look, you know, the thing is, the reason this has all happened is because I've made these videos while I'm in Mexico. Although Nova Flip has blocked me, he's been accusing me of being actually triple vaxxed and being a liar, and he's saying that this is all an act and I'm a government agent. He's actually like accused me of something along those lines. If I'm paraphrasing here.
Right, yeah.
Terra Slim, if you're in the comments, please let me know. I called him a cultural Marxist race tard, and I thought that was being quite conservative. You know, at the end of the day, the guy like throws racial allegations around like it's going out of fashion, rather than actually sort of what I feel to be engaging in a proper discussion about what's going on. So yeah, that will be coming up, and I'll come up with a date for that soon. What time are we? We've got a few minutes. We've got John Hamer, our guest tonight. He just sat in the green room, actually. He's going to be joining us in about 15 minutes. John Hamer is an author who talks about the falsification of history.
I've done a little bit of research into this gentleman when I found out he was coming on the show. Very interesting books that he's written.
Yeah, because we talk about, we're living through a great reset right now. We talk about the idea of maybe a previous reset in the 1800s, something like that, the falsification of history. I think what we've got to talk about tonight is mostly actually World War II.
Excellent.
And I've already given the briefing about how we slide past Al Gore and the algorithm by using code words, because he's probably going to be saying some quite controversial stuff, but that's nothing new here on this show, as everyone knows. So what we're talking about...
I mean, a lot of people are saying online that the Soviet Union would have been far more likely to succeed if they waited another 20 years. Because then everyone would have
been more soylent.
But everyone would have been more... from World War II wouldn't have been around then. They'd have all gone. There'd be no one.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the kind... that's the thing that we've alluded to a lot. There are a lot of precursors to soften us up before what was happening being rolled out. Soy us up. So yeah, Boris has been peasant baiting, hasn't he? Blatantly been peasant baiting, but
I think he's having a great time.
I think he's having a great time. I think he seems to be waking people up, whether that is the intention or not. So this
one's brilliant.
This is a great bit of Covey art. This is what in the control center of the Soviet Union.
Look at Matt Hancock.
Boris is just looking on. He's not even having it. And this is that Neil Ferguson looking at a computer with Dr. Harold Shipman on the computer?
Is that his Shipman?
Yeah, it is. Like that's the modelling computer, the Dr. Shipman computer. Holy shit! Yeah, John, we'll have you on just after 9 o'clock. We'll have a little short sort of interlude.
What's the documents on the floor?
I don't. The document on the floor. That's the Rockefeller
lockstep.
That's lockstep document. Yeah. Cadex. Oh God. Yeah, brilliant work from Ross Kieran there. So yeah, here's something from last year from Eso Hermetica. Boris flying the Rise Above flag. We had to hand the gauntlet to someone while we went away, didn't we?
Yeah. I think he's just going to turn it up. It's just going to get more and more stupid as it continues.
It makes you wonder what's coming next, though, doesn't it?
Well, if they're happy to relieve restrictions completely, You've got everything's for a reason. They're not just going to give everyone their life back. When has a government ever given what they've taken back, ever in history, without it being taken by the citizens? This is all part of their little plan, I'm sure. And that's not just me being paranoid. That's trying to, actually
I
think.
thought that's been quite sensible, actually.
Yeah. So what have we got here? Positive and negative.
Oh, this is the NHS lucky dip from Sagehead. Win 10 days off work anytime you fancy. To be super inclusive, we make sure everyone is a winner. No symptoms are necessary. You are ill when we say you are. Free rapid COVID-19 test for people without symptoms.
It's the COVID day off lottery. That's what it is.
Yeah. It's just a random lottery. We support those who identify as hypochondriacs.
They should just do scratch cards. Positive and negative scratch cards.
That's basically what they are, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty much. I'll tell you what. Let me just get up a thing about our guest, because we're gonna have him on in a minute. What time is it now? 3 minutes to 9. I'll save some of these memes for later, because we've got a whole show.
We haven't even talked about Steve Coogan yet.
no, we haven't got to the Jimmy Savile, Steve Coogan.
The Savile portion of the evening.
Okay, yeah. So, like I said, we have touched on the falsification of history quite a few times on the show. Just ourselves and with other guests as well, namely Human Vibration and a couple of others. So John Hamer's wrote quite a few books. Behind the Curtain, Titanic's Last Secrets, The Falsification of Science, The Falsification of History. So all of his books are available. I think this is from Amazon. I just don't like showing Amazon on the screen, so I cut it out. But yeah, if you want to check him out online, his books are available. So yeah, I think we should just say hello, because he's waiting there in the wings, and we don't want to keep him around all night on a Friday night. We'll say hello to John Hamer. Right, we'll get rid of that one. John, welcome to Rise Above. Can you hear us? He doesn't appear to be moving. Let me put him back in the green room. All right, we'll go back to some memes while he's sorting that out. Yeah, he seems to be frozen. Oh, no, he's back. All right. Hello, John.
Have you muted him?
No, he's not muted. Let me unmute him. Yes, we can now. Welcome, John Hamer, to Rise Above. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah, the sound was a bit iffy when I was kind of the screen. Yeah, it was kind of echoey. I wasn't sure about the thing. I didn't know whether it should be the button to the left, or the right. I tried it twice and it didn't really make any difference. So not quite sure what's going on there, but anyway, here I am.
Okay, well we can hear you. Let everyone in comment section let us know if you can hear John as well. So you're an author, John. You've wrote a number of books about the falsification of history, which is what we've invited you on the show to talk about. And tonight you're going to zoom in on World War II. Is that correct?
Yeah. I'll just follow your lead, guys. Whatever you want to ask me, you go ahead, and I'll do my best to give you my honest assessment of it. Yeah.
Give us first of all, give us a summary about some of the stuff you've covered in falsification of history. Like, what were some of the hot topics, say, of like the 20th century, which you think that we've been mainly lied to about?
Oh gosh, well, I mean, how long have you got? I mean, the whole of the 20th century basically is not as we believe it to be. Beginning with both world wars, the Russian Revolution. Everything, although those events, but they didn't necessarily happen in the way that we're told, or for the reasons that we're told. The whole litany of if you go back to the late 19th century and then follow that through the 20th century into the 21st century where we are now, but basically the whole of that period, is very, very unlike. The official history is very, very unlike the real history, and things, have been contrived for various reasons. For example, you go back to, I'm sure some of the listeners will be aware of this, Albert Pike's letter to a guy called Giuseppe Mazzini, who was head of the mafia going back as far as the 1870s, and he predicted 3 world wars. Okay, he said the First World War would be to destroy the European royal houses, and especially the Tsar Nicholas, which of course happened. And And then he said the Second World War will be fought between the Zionists and
Yep.
those who oppose them in order to create a Jewish homeland. And because, you know, Albert Pike was a 33rd degree Freemasonry, Freemason in America. And of course, you know, funnily enough, I just gave a talk in Middlesbrough on Wednesday night about Freemasonry and its linked into the Royal Society and vice versa, of course. And Freemasonry is basically, at root, a Jewish organization. Now, I don't know whether I have to be very careful what I say here, guys, but I don't think that's too controversial. I think a lot of people do understand that it, you know, and I present lots of evidence for this in my books. So yeah, anyway, that's a by the by. So yeah, the whole of the history of the 20th century and the 21st century was laid out long ago, and we're just basically following this agenda that's been laid out by these people, you know, which has led to the situation that we're in now.
Is this similar to what's written in that document called the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, which is supposed to be a conspiracy theory? Yeah, it aligns almost perfectly. Yeah, because
well, yeah.
Oh, we're losing sound there.
Sorry.
Connection.
We've got a bad connection, right, John? I'm just going to kick you out and invite you back in. 1 sec, because the connection's really bad. 1 sec. Right, John, if you're still watching, I'm just putting you back in the green room, and then I'm going to invite you back in because it says we have a good. Right.
That's why it's delayed.
Yeah, we've got a delay, and now it says no signal. Yeah, it says you've got a poor connection. Is it right for you to check your connection? Because it's red on my end here. Yeah, he's gone. Right, John, if you're still watching, check the connection. Are you lining up some beats, Omar?
Yeah, man.
All right. Right, run the track for a minute.
I thought this was a little bit appropriate about history.
It's that real this time around. Immortal Technique, Revolutionary Volume 2. It's on now, motherfucker. Lock and load. This is the point of no return. I can never go back. Life without parole, upstate, shackled and trapped. Living in the hole, looking at the world through a crack. But fuck that, I'd rather shoot it out and get clapped. I've gone too far, there ain't no coming back for me. Auschwitz gas chamber full of Zyklon B. Just like the Spanish exterminating Tainos, raping the black and Indian women, creating Latinos. Motherfuckers made me out of self-righteous hatred, and now you got yourself a virus stuck in the matrix. A suicide bomber strapped and ready to blow. Lethal injection strapped down, ready to go. Don't you understand? They'll never let me live out in peace. Concrete jungle, guerrilla war out in the streets. Nat Turner with the sickle, pitchfork and machete. The end of the world, motherfucker, you not ready. This is the point of no return, and nobody can stop it. Malcolm Little when he knelt before Elijah Muhammad, the comet that killed the dinosaurs, changing the earth. They love to criticize, they always say I changed for the worse. Like prescription pills when you misusing them, nigga. The Templar Knights when they took Jerusalem, nigga, and figured out what was buried under Solomon's temple. Al-Aqsa, the name is not coincidental. I know too much, the government is trying to murder me. No coming back like cutting your wrists open vertically. How could the serpent be purposely put in charge of the country? Genetic engineered sickness spread amongst me. My people are so hungry that they attack without reason, like a fucking dog ripping off the hand that feeds him. Immortal Technique is treason to the Patriot Act. So come and get me, motherfucker, cause I'm not coming back. This is the point from which I can never return, and if I back down now, then forever I burn. This is the point from which I can never retreat, cause if I turn back now, there can never be peace. This is the point from which I will die, succeed, live in the struggle. I know I'm alive when I bleed. From now on, it can never be the same as before, cause the place that I'm from doesn't exist anymore. This is the point of no return, nigga, you better believe this. Mary Magdalene giving birth to the children of Jesus. The evolution of the world, bloody and dramatic. Human beings killing monkeys to conquer the planet. The kingdoms of Africa and Mesopotamia. Machine gun your body with depleted uranium. This is the age of microchips and titanium. The dark side of the moon in contact with aliens. I started out like Australians, criminal minded, broke into hell, tore it down and built a city behind it. Southpaw, murderous methodology, nigga. Remember that I'm just a man, don't follow me, nigga. Cause once you pass the point, you can never go home. You gotta face the possibility of dying alone. So tell me, motherfucker, how could you die for the throne when you don't even got the fucking heart to die for your own? It rains acid, one day the earth will cry from a stone, and you'll be looking at the world living inside of a dome. Computerized humanity living inside of a clone. This is the place where the unknown is living and real. Wormwood, the planet X, and the seventh seal. Universal truth is not measured in mass appeal. This is the last time that I kneel and pray to the sky, cause almost everything that I was ever told was a lie. This is the point from which I can never return, and if I back down now, then forever I burn. This is the point from which I can never retreat, cause if I turn back now, there can never be peace. This is the point from which I will die, succeed, live in the struggle. I know I'm alive when I bleed. From now on, it can never be the same as before, cause the place that I'm from doesn't exist anymore.
Yo, in linear terms, my 33rd degree in the third words that give you 33rd degree burns. First, I write 33 lines to a verse about how I created the earth out of 33 quotes. 33 of my peers never thought it would work. For 33 days, I started my relentless research, and I figured if Chicken could do 22 twos as an MC, then I could do 33 threes. Suddenly it occurred at 3:30 on March 3rd. It came to me like God's word. I started to load my 33 caliber Mossberg. Went to the top of the Empire State on 33rd. 33 gunshots was heard. 33 pedestrians lay wounded and dead on the curb. 33 squad cars rushed to the scene as soon as they heard some madman had gone berserk. I demanded 33 million, or I was gonna kill 33 of the women and children in the building. I gave them 33 minutes to respond. Then I proceeded to arm a backpack nuclear bomb. I set the timer for 3 hours and 3 minutes long. Told them not to try nothing funny or I'd kill them all. They still never responded till I saw 33 of the SWAT team jump out of 3 helicopters. I told them for the third and final time, if they cross the line again, I take 33 lives. 3 of the hostages started crying. 3 of them started wilding and convinced 3 more that started uprising. 3 of them stood to their feet and started freestyling. I didn't know what to do, so I started rhyming. I tried to kick 300 bars, but I got picked off by a sniper from 33 yards. The bullet hit me, but it got lodged and ricocheted off 3 organs, 3 inches away from my heart. My name went down in history as the illest MC. Rewinded and counted 33 threes.
Wow, Oma Beats, that was an awesome interlude. It looks like John Hamer has sorted out his connection problem. It's gone from yellow to green. Let's get him straight back in. Right, where were we? We were talking about Freemasons controlling the narrative of the 20th century, weren't we?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Obviously, I mean, there's a lot more to it than that. I mean, it's not as simple as that. I mean, there are all sorts of influences on the politics of the 20th century, including the usual suspects. Again, I'm not sure how much of that word I can use without getting you guys knocked off air or anything. But yeah, I mean, the whole of the 20th century is linked right from the beginning. You know, World War I led directly to World War II quite deliberately, and it was a case of when a certain German dictator came to power. Again, I'm not sure about mentioning that name or not, but
yeah, just use codes like that. That's good.
Yeah, I thought so. When he came to power, his mandate was to basically free Germany from the power of the international bankers, and that's basically what it was about. And of course, the full weight of the propaganda machine of the usual suspects went against him right from the beginning. So he was portrayed as being this evil person. I mean, I'm not suggesting for 1 minute there was an angel, of course he wasn't, but he certainly wasn't as bad. I mean, he tried this issue. The biggest problem that he had was that he tried to fight the the international bankers and the people who control them, and we know who they are.
Yeah.
And so that was what brought him into conflict with the powers that be in the rest of the world. So he was demonized greatly all through his reign, for want of a better word, and that's why the might of the British Empire and the American Empire, who were controlled by a certain group of people, and of course the Russian Empire as well, which is also controlled by a certain group of people, went against him, because he actually was one of the few people through history who have actually decided to fight the international banksters, and they've all failed, because we know how powerful these people are. So that was the real cause of World War II. I mean, Hitler, sorry, that Mr. H, he made many peace overtures, both before the war and during the early stages of it. You know, this is all documented. I mean, this is not just my speculation. There's lots of documents that state the case. He tried to petition Churchill, or first of all Chamberlain, but then Churchill, when Churchill took over, he tried to petition them many times, and there are lots of records of the fact that he didn't want a war, you know. So all this propaganda that with him being, you know, wanting to conquer the world and all that stuff is just nonsense. You know, it's easily provable that isn't the case. And then, of course, there's the issue of people say it was a British agent. Well, no, I mean, I absolutely debunk that in my books. It definitely wasn't. They needed him to promulgate the war, because if he'd been a British agent, there wouldn't have been a war. You know, it's all so much nonsense. I mean, I go into lots more detail about that in my books, and you know, so anybody who's interested in reading the truth about that, then by all means, you know, go ahead and buy the book. But specifically Behind the Curtain, you know, I talk a lot about the Second World War in Behind the Curtain. There's a lot of information in there, probably new to most people, you know, hidden information about what really went on in the background during those years. And of course, you know, we all know about the you know, the Big H, and what happened there, allegedly. And I use the word allegedly very advisedly, because, you know, a lot of that is not true either, you know. And again, this is a very difficult subject to cover in code, but
yeah, of course.
But I think we all know what I'm talking about. So it's quite easy to prove, you know, that what I'm saying is correct. And again, lots and lots of evidence in my books for it. And I don't mean to just use it as
and on the flip side of the coin, with the atrocities of the 20th century, if you say to some people that, well, actually, the guy on the other side, Stalin, who we aligned ourselves with, many millions of people died in his concentration camps.
Yeah, way more than.
In fact, if you go by official numbers, he actually dwarfed the man with the mustache. He made the man with the mustache look like a pretender, because, you know, it was in the hundreds of millions, and in almost a more sinister way, instead of having people in nice Hugo Boss uniforms allegedly throwing people into gas chambers, his way of doing it actually convinced people to effectively murder each other.
Right? Neighbours.
Which, in my opinion, is actually a little bit darker, because, you know, what we're talking about now is an apocalypse of consent with you know, from people on our side of the fence, what we think is going on right here, right now. You know, this time no one's being you know, starved. No one's being shoved into the gas chamber, but people are actually choosing to do it to themselves. Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, but they're walking up for the jibber jam, aren't they?
Yeah, but there were two elements to Stalin's reign of terror. I mean, there was the obvious one, the gulags, you know, which Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote a hell of a lot about, because he had first-hand experience of it, obviously. So there was a gulag element of it. But the main thing was something called the Holodomor, which took place in Ukraine, funnily enough. You know, given current events of today, and you know, tens of millions of people were deliberately starved to death by the Stalinist regime in the late 20s, early 30s. Again, and of course we don't hear about that because there's only one event of that nature that is important, obviously. So that obviously takes precedence, even though it probably didn't. Well, not probably it didn't happen. But but so yeah, we don't hear about Stalin's, purges, shall we say, for want of a better phrase, because he doesn't fit the agenda. Stalin was our loyal ally, because what they're trying to do, and again, this might sound controversial, but to some people, but what they've been trying to do ever since the end of the 19th century is turn the world communist, and it's going that way. And this is, what's happening now, right today, is in all but name communism.
That's why we called it the Soviet Union.
Right. Okay.
We see massive similarities.
In fact, we had a guest on who experienced the Soviet Union. Firsthand.
He grew up in the Soviet Union. He said, "No, this is worse than the Soviet Union." He said,
Wow.
This is actually an insult to the Soviet Union, calling this the Soviet Union.
Big up, Jay.
Yeah, big up, Jay.
Absolutely. And I actually mentioned this to someone else a few weeks ago, and the fact is that 20 years ago, if you were a left-winger, an extreme left-winger, you were the loonies. Now it's the extreme right that is vilified. Has anybody noticed that subtle change over the years?
Yeah.
Now, if you are slightly to the right of Karl Marx, now you're a right-wing terrorist, basically. Now, the opposite was true a few years back, going back 20 years or so. If you were slightly to the right of Margaret Thatcher, slightly to the left of Margaret Thatcher, you were a left-wing loony. But you never hear that now. It's all vilifying right-wing. And the reason that they're doing that, I mean, I don't believe in the left-right divide anyway. I just think it's all BS, basically. It's just a Hegelian dialectic thing, isn't it? It's just a strategy to divide and conquer.
The pendulum swings from right to left.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a deliberate plot that's going on to turn the world communist, and a lot of these leaders that are promulgating all these COVID restrictions are the communists. I mean, a good example, Justin Trudeau in Canada. I mean, is a raging commie. Joe Biden is not far off. It's
a number of members of Sage are communists as well.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Trudeau in Canada, he actually looks like he's enjoying doing what he's doing.
Absolutely, he does.
He's another story.
I saw a really good video actually the other day of this woman absolutely berating him, and he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say. He had no answer to it at all. He was stood there. It was like some kind of public address that was given. She stood up, and she absolutely laid into him for about a minute, saying that he was a traitor, and what we used to do with traitors in this country, Mr. Trudeau. We used to hang them, and he's like stood there just looking sheepish. He didn't know what to say or where to put his face. It's quite amusing actually.
That's what I mean. When they're challenged, they haven't got answers. It's because they're just following their script. They're just doing what they're told to do by who is above them.
Exactly. I mean, he's all the massacres, for want of a better word. Again, I've got to be careful what I say. All the massacres that have happened, and there's been a lot throughout the 20th century, have all been communist instigated, not by the right. Again, I don't like that paradigm, but for want of a better way of describing it, they've all been communism. Somebody mentioned in comments there about Mao Zedong killing millions and millions. Mao Zedong, Stalin, Pol Pot.
They're still seen as heroes by some people.
Yeah,
you're still allowed to openly call those people heroes in the street.
The thing is,
and nothing happens to you.
The thing is, I mean, you, John, I expect you, because of your views and some of the content in your books, I would bet my money that you've had a fair bit of stick from some people.
Yeah.
Because obviously that we can't rule out that people's relatives fought in these wars, whether they thought if they just thought they were doing their how many times have you heard everyone's got to do their bit, everyone's
following
doing their
orders,
bit.
following orders.
And obviously that's a degree of emotional mind control they're in, because they're not actually thinking. They just want to see their pet relative as a a hero or whatever.
The thing is, in their reality, it is though, isn't it? Because if they're like blissfully unaware of the obvious, then they're going to still go around thinking that all this was as was the main directive, you know?
Yeah.
So people are asking about your books,
And they're
John.
brainwashed into believing that they were doing the right thing.
Sorry, mate. I was just saying people are asking in the comment section about your books a lot,
Right.
and just I keep putting them on the screen, but I don't know if everyone can see them. Can you just list the titles of your books, because people are wanting to search them?
That's
Oh, you've gone really quiet there for some reason.
Sorry?
Sorry, you've gone really quiet there for some reason.
Oh. Okay.
Why has that happened?
Can you hear me now?
He's gone really quiet, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Can you hear
No,
me?
it sounds all of a sudden. It sounds like, oh, that's a bit better. I'm going to boot you out and get you back in.
I think it's his microphone, actually.
I think there is a problem.
Mate, I think it's
No,
Very good.
no, it's not liking that, is it? We've got some like mad delay there. Right, I'm just going to pump you out for a second, John.
I want to listen to him in talk a lot, man. He's got a
it's
lot of
got
good
great.
knowledge, man.
This always happens when someone's really good. Like someone's saying something really good. It's like, yeah, then we have a sound problem. Right, we've got
Oh,
full
God's
connection. It says 9 out of 10 on connection. There's no reason it's not going to be good. We'll invite John back.
Okay.
Is
that better?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Carry on,
Right.
please.
Great. Right, if you want to put that on the screen.
No, it's gone again. It's gone again, John.
I don't know.
No, it has gone again, and that's not at our end because we can still hear ourselves. Have you got any headphones, John? Yeah, we've got an annoying loop there. Sorry about that, guys. So I'll just read them out. So it's John Hamer, The Falsification of History. John Hamer, The Falsification of Science, Our Distorted Reality. The Olympic. There's JFK. What was that? I can't. Let me make that a little bit bigger. I've got it over there. JFK, A Very British Coup. Behind the Curtain, a challenging expose on the banking industry and the Titanic's last secrets, and they're all available on Amazon. Okay, maybe John has fiddled with the mic, and hopefully it's better.
No, I haven't done anything. There's something
No. Yeah, it's now it sounds like you're in a fishbowl, John. We can barely hear you at all, unfortunately. It's always when someone is saying something really good. No, we can't. Sorry, we can't have that. I'm gonna have to boot him out. Right, what should we do? Should we? We'll have some Omer beats. That's for fucking sure. All right, Omer, play, and I'll message John, and I'll just tell him. I'm going to tell him to reboot his computer because it was absolutely fine.
Hey, raving gang, raving crew in the place. That's how I like it. Wicked style for them. Hey, front row gang, your time. Live the crew right there. Yeah. They try shut down the clubs, they try shut down the raves, but they can't shut down the vibes are running all day. They try lock down the ting, get everybody praying in, but you can't stop the people moving, going back to the rave.
Don't worry, guys. We're going to get John Hamer to restart his computer. If that doesn't work, he can call in. We were just getting going.
No, you can't replace us. They try shut down the club. They try shut down the rage, but they can't shut down the vibes are running all day. They try lock down the team, everybody's crying it. You can't stop the people moving, going back to the rage. We're going back to the rage, we're going back to the club, we're going back to the dance. We're going back to the rage, we're going back to the place. No, you can't replace us. We're going back to the rage, we're going back to the club, we're going back to the dance. We're going back to the rage, we're going back to the place. No, you can't replace us. That's how I like it.
Neglected in this narrow mind, just respect the teacher. I dissect the plan. I don't have no leader, propaganda, but this don't fall.
Alright, we got John Hamer back. We'll try it again. If not, he's going to phone in.
Break away from the pack. We're back to the march. Walking in the wilderness.
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you, Homer Beats. Thank you for that interlude. Look how slick we are tonight, even with all these problems. Welcome back, John Hamer.
Hi. Can you
okay. Yes, we can. Don't touch anything.
Touching a thing.
No, it was mental. All of a sudden, you sounded like you're in a fishbowl. Right, John, if for any reason that happens again, there's no more farting about, you can just call the number, which I put in the private chat, and you phone the show. My phone is linked directly to the desk, and we cut out this program. So that we won't allow any more interruptions.
Okay, just to let you know that because I've shut down and restarted, it's not there anymore, the number. So if you could pop that back in.
No problem, mate. I'll pop it in there now. So, yeah, I went through your book, so we covered that one.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. We were talking about the sort of lies around the sort of binary opposites of the Hegelian dialect, this whole left-right divide that's been used to play us off each other throughout the 20th century. Do you think it seems like that might be over now? Now it's going to actually just clearly be a mono-state with this whole technocratic sort of medical apartheid that's coming in. Do you think they've sort of done with that now? Because I mean, that's what we've been talking about on the show. What do you think about that idea? Like left and right is
I'm a bit
really
confused
now
at the
a bit
minute,
more.
actually, because, well, I just think I think everything's getting more and more guys for sure. But I'm a bit confused at the moment because of these latest pronouncements. They're pulling back on all the COVID restrictions. I mean, in my suspicious mind, I don't believe that this is the end of it. I mean, I think that they've got something equally as nasty or even worse lined up. They're not going to let us off so easily. There's a few possibilities, which is the fact that they're running scared because of all these court cases that are coming out, and they're trying to cover their own backsides to a certain extent. Maybe, I don't know. Or possibly it's because they've got something else planned. I don't know, but it only seems to be happening in the UK. Everywhere else is just carrying on business as normal, isn't it? Like France,
they're full steam ahead.
Yeah. Like France has just announced that you got to you show your vax passports for going in shops. And Austria has made the jibby jabs mandatory. So it's all very confusing. As I say, I'm very suspicious about it. The fact that that we seem to be the only ones pulling back. I'm not sure what that's all about. I know
It makes you wonder.
Play with our minds. They like to play with our minds a lot. Is there another deadly variant on the horizon?
Well, I mean, they might be easing the Soviet Union restrictions, and then everyone, go quote unquote kind of back to normal, and then that's just an excuse then to put everyone in lockdown again because you've all spread it around and there's people dying again, and so that they could just bring it in again. Because they've let us all mix together, and that's so dangerous.
Yeah, I'm
back in.
Options that
welcome back in the Guardians.
Are they anticipating deaths to kick in from the old jibby jabs? And is this is that going to be the next variant? Those sorts of deaths. I don't know. It's a tricky one. I think all we can do is just live from day to day and take what they chuck at us. But unfortunately, but it's not.
Can I chime in?
It's not easy to kind of work out what's.
Sure. In the Guardians, you wanted to chime in? No, that's all right.
Yeah. Obviously, nobody knows what's going on, but I've got an idea that they could be using the situation to try and demonstrate that there is no one world order and it's not in lockstep. So by giving the illusion of difference with each country, it's kind of taken the pressure off this, because there's a big suspicion that there's a one world order with what's been taking place, because every country has been in lockstep for the most part up until a certain point. So I think they're kind of it's like a tactical withdrawal with certain countries to give the illusion that it's not a one world initiative.
That's an interesting theory, that actually. Yeah, I mean, you could have something there. I mean, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility, is it? But it is. I think everybody was expecting another lockdown in January. Well, I know I was. So yeah, it just seems like they've kind of backed right off. But yeah, I don't know. It's a strange one. You get this. You get this other stuff going on with the Ukraine now. What's all that about? That's obviously some kind of distraction or other. But what is it distracting us from? I don't know at the moment, and we'll just have to see how that situation develops. But then I think there's a lot of saber rattling going on there. I think there's a lot of fear mongering going on there. They love doing that to us, scaring us to death, believing that there's a nuclear war imminent, although they haven't actually said that. But those are the kind of implicit things that stuff that could be implied from what's going on. God, if Russia and America go to war, it's going to be the end of the world and all this stuff. So I don't know. Again, it's else that's doubt will become clear over the course of the next few weeks exactly what's going on there. again, I know.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I
I mean,
think-
they've
From what we started.
Go
Yeah.
on.
No,
I
yeah,
think the whole-
that's fine. We
the
often
whole
do that on this show.
pandemic-
Yeah, the thing that I find interesting about this standoff is that the Ukraine, not just recently voted something like 99% of Ukrainians, Crimeans, because it's about Crimea, really. This is what it's all about. This is a historic thing between Russia and Ukraine. 99% of Crimeans voted to return to Russia. So Russia are saying, yeah, okay, we'll have you back. And this is what the standoff is all about, really. It's about the Crimean Peninsula, and the people who live there who want to be part of Russia and not part of you, because historically they've always been part of Russia. So yeah, but of course the compliant media will make all these stories up about the Russian aggressors and all that. Well, yeah, and maybe they are aggressors, but they are acting on a mandate from the Crimean people, basically, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. It seems that peninsula is actually a part of Russia, and like you say, most of the people there are Russian people, ethnically, and in the language they speak, obviously, as well. Yeah, so
Exactly.
yeah, that's
But
one's waiting to burst, isn't it?
what we're being fed by the media and the likes is the complete opposite of what
I see it's the battle line between basically the EU and Putin. Putin doesn't want the EU. Look how much money like Georgie Schwartz, aka Soros, has pumped into the Ukraine to fund all the colour revolutions there and all of the pro-EU sentiment. That's been an ongoing, decades-long operation.
almost like they'd be in debt to them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
yeah, I mean, obviously, the guy you just mentioned there is an out-and-out communist. He's he's a self-admitted, raving communist, basically, and this is where as we said before early in the show, this is where the world is going, and damn quick as well if we don't do something to stop it.
So going back to what you were talking about at the start of our chat with the letter by Albert Pike, and I was talking about this mythical document called the Protocol of the Learned Elders of Zion, right? Do you see what is allegedly written in those documents, which apparently don't exist, as a massive plan, a foundation almost leading up to some culminative event that we could possibly be about to live through? Because that's the way that I see it. Do you think that's an exaggeration to say that?
No, not at all. No, absolutely. I mean, this is their blueprint. They're following it. And of course, then in the early 90s, we had the advent of Agenda 21, followed by its little brother, Agenda 2030, or its big brother, depending on which way you look at it. And again, what we're seeing at the moment, what's happening in the UK and all around the world with this so-called pandemic is absolutely part of Agenda 21. You need to look at the Georgia Guidestones as well, which were erected in 1980. Again, it's a blueprint for their agenda, and it's all about what they do. Obviously, they let us know what they're going to do, because implicitly they believe that gives them the right to do it. If they've told us about it, there's no bad karma involved. They've given us the warning. We've not heeded. If we don't object, then they take that as implicit consent, and that is exactly what they do all the time. It's the way that they work.
Now, to lead us back to our supposed subject tonight, which was the falsification of World War II. It's been said a lot recently that what's going on now would never have been able to happen if all of the men that died in World War II had either stayed alive, had more sons, brought up more young men, made more men like them, for instance. And, we talk a lot on the show about the farmer class and harvesting, that, we could be a crop. And, many people look at World War II as basically just a massive cull of a whole generation of men. What are your thoughts on that sort of viewpoint of seeing it in that light? Because there are many different ways to look at it as to what actually went on in,
and why.
Yeah, World War I and World War II.
Yeah.
Because a lot of very strong men were wiped out there.
Yeah. I mean, obviously they had many different causes, both world wars, and they ticked the boxes on a lot of their agendas. One of which was depopulation, of course, which has always been a thing with them. And absolutely, they're getting rid of, by killing all those people in wars, they're getting rid of what you really could say were the strongest members of society, and that is virile young men. So, not all those people, but it prevents them from an offspring, doesn't it? So, yeah, I mean, that all makes sense, and that is exactly part of, of what went on. There were other, obviously. I'm not saying that was the primary cause, but it's certainly one of the secondary causes, and it's a bonus for them, the fact that they're fulfilling their eugenics and depopulation agenda by doing that.
We like to kill multiple, but yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I would definitely agree as well that the way the mind of this parasite that we're up against, it always kills multiple birds with one stone. Very efficient. So people say we could apply this to almost any war that we've been lied to about. We could apply it to what's going on now. It's certainly not just about money. It's certainly not just about control.
Because we all know they can print as much money as they like. Money is not
money
an
out of
issue.
thin air.
We're talking about the priest class level. The people behind the puppetry, like the politicians and the bankers and all of that. The priest class. They're who's really the eugenics bloodlines and that, the high level. That's who's behind these big, things like world wars and huge false flag events like 9/11. That's not just one, some politicians and rich people getting together.
It's obviously the same suspects all the time that promulgate all this stuff. And it's there down the road to totalitarianism. Everything that happens, I think it was Dennis Healey, the Labour politician of a few decades ago, who said that in politics nothing ever happens by accident, and he's absolutely right. Everything is planned down to a T. But it's not the politicians who plan it; they're just the puppets of the men who sit above them, pulling the strings.
The peasantry pantomime.
It is, and the men who are really doing it, or the women as well. Of course, it's not just men. Are hidden. You never see them. You never hear about them. They're not public figures. Then it's the politicians who take the fall for everything that's going on. But these are plans that have developed over decades, if not centuries, and it's just a constant progression through that agenda to achieve their ultimate goal, which is a totalitarian one world state. That is where they are pushing it. And they can't do it in one move like that, because there'd be too much pushback. So they have to do it very subtly and come up with lots of different reasons as to why that is happening. And those reasons are never the real truth.
John, do you believe that what's going on now in many of the Western countries and in South America now as well, from Lance's
and Asia
and Asia, do you believe this is just a mirroring of China and their policies and the way they live? They're trying to mirror the Chinese model all over the world because they've seen how efficiently they can control the population.
Or maybe the Chinese are starting to implement their regime all over the world because they're the next superpower.
Maybe the Chinese have been beta testing it for us, for everyone else.
Yeah, I think that is very true. The Chinese model, the model of Chinese society, which includes, it's not passports, but it's they do have a social credit system, which is very, very similar to what they're trying to implement here. For those who are not aware,
that's a scary subject. The social credit system.
Yeah,
they modelled that on university students at first,
and
it's
very, very.
It was horrific.
Do we know who financed the Chinese model?
Sorry, Eddie Guardians.
No.
Do we know who financed the Chinese model?
No, I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Well, think about it. Like, it's taken a lot of money, and China's very sort of lucrative. Like, if you could trace the finance to the Chinese model, did it come from the West? Or was it just from China?
Well,
Possibly.
again,
I don't know
if you're
that, but
if you're talking about a priest class that is, above the royal family and all the politicians and all that kind of thing, above all the bankers and at the very top, I think they'd be just as friendly with the Chinese priest class all over the world because their ultimate belief's the same. I don't think that whoever is really behind the China model.
There's three
Well,
families
what I'm
in
alluding
China,
to-
so it's like it's easier.
What I'm alluding to, was there a point in
They're
history
all working
where
to the same
the
end,
West,
without a doubt. Yeah.
Yeah.
was there a point in history where the West sat down with China and said, look, here's a lot of money. We're going to use China as a testing ground.
That's what I'm saying.
I
why
think there
wouldn't
was. I've seen the pictures of the Rothschilds going to China in the 80s, literally with briefcases, and probably like giving a load of state secrets from the US over and stuff. It's pretty clear that, to me, the way that I see it is, once the Chinese as a people had been through the communist brainwashing machine and come out the other side, they were the perfect blank slate.
Yeah,
for
program
for everything that they couldn't achieve with American super capitalist culture. Everything they couldn't achieve there, they could start again with the Chinese. And it seems now that most of the black nobility families live in Macau, in China,
Because America.
If they don't live in Venice.
America was a social experiment.
Yeah, sure. It was their experiment. It was their petri dish. It was a big petri dish. It feels like the experiments that's done.
Yeah, I think one of the things we've got to bear in mind is that that as far as these, I hate to call on this, but I use this one to say that the elite, there's certainly other powers that shouldn't be, you will. They, as far as they're concerned, the world is one, and this is obviously where they're trying to take it formally, but the world is just one big playground to them. They're about China, America, UK,
sure,
anywhere, Yeah. So there's definitely this conspiracy going on, which involves the whole world, and this is why places like Libya were attacked. Iran are always coming under threat of attack. Cuba's one, North Korea. It's because these guys are not playing ball with the New World Order. That's all it is. They're not, these are not the demons that they tell us they are. They only demonize them because they are not playing order. What are the three countries that have a Rothschild central bank? Okay, answer is Cuba, Iran, and North Korea.
Yeah. Everywhere else, the last time that list was compiled, there was like 5 to 7 on there. They've all been ticked off now. There's only 3 left.
Yeah.
Well, the wars took them out.
PNAC, a project for a new American century, was basically, Donald Rumsfeld and his think tanks. That was written way back, and it was just a checklist of those countries that were on the list that didn't have the double R banks. Yeah, one by one, ticking them off.
And I know Donald Trump was very friendly to the cameras and the media with North Korea and Kim.
They were like having chats on Twitter. They were like mates on Twitter. They were cracking jokes about international affairs on Twitter. Trump and Kim.
Yeah.
John, can I ask a question?
Go for it, Inner Guardians.
Yeah, this is to John. Now, is there anything recorded with regards in history with regards to the banking families being booted out or kicked out of any countries historically?
Well, the obvious one is Germany. Germany was the big one in the 20s. Hitler shut down. Sorry, Mr. H shut down the Reichsbank. And
would it be fair to say? Would it
Sorry?
be fair to say that most of the known history, or corrupted history, is based on the story of the banking families being booted out of countries?
Oh.
Well, even when you track it back to the Khazar and that era, they were booted out of that part of the world.
It was only 1,000 years ago they were hung in the Tower of London for gold clipping. A lot of these banking cartel families.
Think about those bloodlines; they've always been moved on.
Certain group of people were expelled from England in 1290 by King Edward II.
That's it.
That's what I was thinking of.
But because they were always involved in high finance. They've always been involved in high finance and usury. And of course, usury up until recently, fairly recently, was banned by the Christian Church.
Well, it's still banned by in Islam. Like, this is why I was saying about
Yes,
about Muslims is one of their tenets is no usury, and that stops the sort of black magic, whoish banking cartels from using usury to exert that control upon people.
Exactly. So yeah, in answer to the original question, Germany was a prime example. But you see, it's not just about them being kicked out of countries because of that. I mean, it's not just about the king system being kicked out of countries because of that. But for example, in very early 1800s, around about 1815, 16, around the Battle of Waterloo time, there was an attempt at one world government then, which a lot of people don't know. And the only people to fight against it was the Russian Tsar at the time, whose name escapes, but it might have been Alexander I or Alexander something or other, Tsar Alexander. And the Rothschilds swore bloody revenge on Russia and the royal family. It took them 100 years, but these people were patient and eventually killed them all. So that's another example of that kind of activity that goes on. Again.
We've talked about this on the show so many times.
So, right, now we're on the subject of the 1800s. I've got to ask you about what I call, well, for me, this whole field of research really pops up at the back end of 2017, about the potential of there being a historical reset in around the time of 1850. There are a number of researchers and YouTubers which have been looking at a lot of the very earliest photos that were coming around in sort of 1830 to 1840, and a lot of them are very anomalous, i.e. there's no people, there's huge massive buildings and there's fuck all people there, and there seems to be lots of mud everywhere. Some of the building, are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
I am familiar with it.
Yeah, because
they called it the mud floods, didn't they? And they say that it sets all through history.
Yeah, I want to know your thoughts on this, John.
I've not researched it in any great detail, but I've watched videos.
Yeah, I know that it's quite. Yeah, I was just saying I know that it's quite a new thing, but as you were sort of a more classic historian, rather than just in the last 3 years, I just wanted to know your views on this.
Okay, no, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, like I say, I've not researched it in any great depth, but I have watched a few videos on YouTube, and I've read articles on it, and yeah, I mean, it sounds plausible to me. I mean, it's very difficult to say yes, it definitely happened, but it's certainly an interesting theory, and it's certainly a plausible theory.
Especially when you sort of it fits into their blueprint as well. That's the thing. If you look throughout history, there seems to be a creative period, or we've called it the Renaissance, and I think we are going through a mini sort of form of that now. If you look at the birth of the internet and new form of creativism,
the new media that's popping up,
and look about how now they're with all the Britney Spears concerts, the jibber jabber, everyone's being changed. So this is like almost like a new version of that. So the next thing happens in
industrial revolution
is the resets and the changing of the future.
Yeah,
the rewriting of history as well.
Some people say that the resets take place just in a slightly greater time span than the human lifespan, if you like. So
around 100 years.
So that the original people weren't around, and then that makes it easier to falsify.
See, from what I've looked at over the Christmas period, I looked into this quite in depth. Over a few weeks of really reading some really interesting articles by some very learned people. There's a lot of very learned historians looking into this at the moment. It's very interesting.
Right.
And there seems to be two reset patterns. One which revolves around every 100 years, and that's like a minor reset, and then one which happens every maybe 500 to 1,000. It depends on how they want it. And that seems to be the one where they change most history and how people live.
And maybe there's a geological event as well, like.
Oh yeah, I imagine that probably coincides with a geological and astronomical sort of like cycle.
Yeah, and those who control history are the masters of the reset at the end of the day.
It's interesting. I definitely wouldn't rule it out. You know, it's just that I'm, you know, feel like a bit of a novice on it really, because it's only in the last sort of year when it's kind of come to my attention, and I've not really had a chance, because I've been writing, you know, I'm writing my next book, which is out next month, and that's called Welcome to the Masquerade. No prizes for guests. That's about.
So
okay, right.
The other thing I've noticed in those times, maps change. You know, the last Renaissance is when they changed the maps. You see, from being like the double circle into the single globe, and that was mainly because the leaders of the world then wanted it more theatrical, more artistic, how it looked, and some of the things didn't even exist on those maps. So I bought a few. I'd look at some books. It's an interesting. You can see the change from what they coin as the flat Earth style map, or the.
But there are maps from like 300 or 400 years ago with other land masses on
the
in
medieval
the North
maps
Sea,
are the interesting ones.
North of England.
The medieval maps are very
Friesland
interesting.
or something.
If you look at some of the early medieval maps, you know, they're they look like the Earth has been twisted.
Well, if there were geological resets where, you know, land is getting swallowed and new land is appearing, then that would make perfect sense why the old maps just don't look correct anymore.
Yeah, I remember reading years ago. I'm talking like 10 years ago, and I can't remember the name of the guy now because I've not looked at it for quite a while. But this guy said that the whole of medieval history was incorrect, and they'd actually moved the calendar over 400 years.
The missing 400 years.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Something like that.
I mean,
it's a long time since I read it, so I've forgotten.
Across different researchers, some say there's a missing 1,000 years and some say it's 400 years, and it's to do with the Vatican writing an extra 400 years into history, and sort of and they're writing in a load of extra emperors to sort of add extra legitimacy to themselves, sort of thing.
This is what these clocks that, you know, I found these 3 clocks, didn't I, which pictured 1,000-year reset.
But
we
I
couldn't
remember
work
that.
One's in Salisbury, not far from us. We were going to do a little rise above.
We do a field trip and check them out.
Yeah, there's 3 clocks which all the only thing that people can determine is it's a 1,000-year cycle.
It's John Levy that shows two pictures of this building where it's got the dates in Roman numerals, and they've added something that makes it instead of being like 820, it makes it 1820.
Yeah.
And there's 2 different photos, and you know, people are obviously like, okay, it's photoshopped. But if it's not,
but there's multiple.
Yeah, there's
multiple bits of evidence from multiple different cultures all over the world, which kind of say the same thing.
Yeah, it's definitely something to do with the Vatican.
Yeah, I mean,
somebody's mentioned in the comments.
You know, I mean, I'm a very open-minded guy. I mean, you have to be to do what I do. But, you know, all this stuff, it sounds plausible to me. I mean, I'm not saying it's the absolute truth, but it certainly bears more investigation. And, you know, as more and more information maybe comes to light, and yeah, perhaps the truth will be revealed sometime. But I wouldn't necessarily hold my breath on that one. But again, it all fits in with, and I often refer back to this as well, 1984, George Orwell's 1984.
Yeah.
You know, that is so accurate. I read it again last year just for the hell of it, because I thought, you know, while all this nonsense is going on, I'll just see how closely it fits in with that. I mean, obviously the pandemic aspect of it doesn't fit in with it, but the totalitarian power grab does. You know, it is very, very prescient 1984 in a lot of stuff. For me, it's of, you know, Winston Smith, who's the main character for anyone who doesn't know the book. His job is to change. His job is to delete historical truths, recreate new ones, and put the old ones down what they called the memory hole, which, like, you know, it's just like literally a hole which went down into a furnace. So yeah, it's a fascinating topic, really, and as I say, I'm very open-minded about it. I could be convinced either way, put it that way. But at the moment, I don't have the full facts. I think that's probably fair to say.
John, someone's mentioned in the comments about the Titanic.
Oh yeah.
Is that something? Yeah,
I did 3 years research, 3 years full-time research on the Titanic. So some people tell me that I am under world authority on what really happened on the Titanic. And far be it from me to agree with that, but it's very flattering. But yeah, I do know a lot about the Titanic and what really happened. Yeah.
Can you speak on that a bit, John?
Please do.
sure.
Can you give us a summary of what we've been lied about?
Yeah,
Was
well,
Leonardo DiCaprio correct?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that was absolutely spot on, that James Cameron film. Anybody who tells you any different, they're lying. Just kidding. No, I mean, basically what the Titanic was all about, it was the whole thing. Okay, this is in a very small nutshell, obviously. Like I said, I spent 3 years researching this. The first element to it was the fact that Titanic had a sister ship, an elder sister, which was virtually identical, called RMS Olympic. And that my book, RMS Olympic, this is really about all it's called RMS Olympic. It's really about the Titanic story. Okay, because what happened was RMS Olympic was the first one off the production line of the three sisters. There was Olympic, Titanic, Britannic. Olympic was, well, first of all, JP Morgan owned the shipping line. Okay, JP Morgan owned the White Star Line, which was part of his portfolio. He owned a company called International Mercantile Marine, of which White Star Line was one of them. Now, he invested a hell of a lot of money in those three liners, a hell of a lot, and he wasn't about to lose. But the problem was that Olympic, launched in 1911, a year before Titanic, was involved in 3 serious accidents, and the third one was an absolute disaster. It was hit by a British battleship just as it left the Solent and kept clockwise around the Isle of Wight, so the south side of the Isle of Wight. As it turned to the left to go around the Isle of Wight, it was hit by a British battleship, and it was holed very badly, and it limped back to Belfast. Well, first of all, it went back to Southampton because they had to patch it up just for the journey back to Belfast. It was so badly damaged. When they got it back to Belfast, they never made this public, but the keel was bent, and maritime people by the dozen have told me that a bent keel on a ship is the end of that ship. And they did, in fact, declare Olympic a wreck, right? They couldn't insure it. They had to pay the insurance costs for the damage to the battleship because the British Naval Inquiry ruled that the crew of Olympic were to blame when they patently were not. But what else are they going to say? So, yeah, I'll try and keep this as short as possible. But so the White Star Line was bleeding money. And so Morgan hit on this idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, because at the same time as this was going on, he to get the Federal Reserve established, because he was one of the driving factors behind that. So he enticed 3 of his most serious opponents in that, which was a guy called Isidor Straus, a guy called John Jacob Astor, who was the richest man in the world, allegedly, but they never count the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers, and another guy called Benjamin Guggenheim, American, industrialists and financiers. And they were totally against the formation of the Federal Reserve, and they were winning the war. They got a lot of, and they were winning the battle, cancel the Federal Reserve. So Morgan, with this, he invited maiden voyage of Titanic, because by that point in time, they'd switched the identities and to deliberately sink Olympic in the guise of RMS Titanic.
This is what I'd heard.
This is absolutely, yeah. It's absolutely cast iron. There's no, if you pardon the pun, there's no question about it in my mind that this is exactly what happened. Obviously, the details are a little bit sketchy because some stuff has been sort of hidden, but there's so much evidence. So basically, that's what happened. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Literally, he killed those 3 men. Nobody found out what happened, except that the other 2 of them were never found. Okay, but Astor's body was found about 5 days later by the rescue ship that went out to collect all the dead floating bodies. And his face was battered to a pulp. Okay, it was only identifiable by the contents of his jacket pocket, which incidentally had $10,000 in it, which in those days was an absolute. So
that was a lot of money
so much
back then.
evidence for it. Sorry?
I'm saying that was a lot of money back then to have 10,000 in your pocket. That was,
I would go one further. So it was all about that, because the Federal Reserve is what they've used as their main control method.
That's their bank, isn't it? Yeah, that's the way they've extorted trillions out of
Exactly.
America.
I mean, this is something that I didn't mention earlier on, when we were talking about the causes of the world wars, etc. Well, the Federal Reserve was the actual instigator of World War One, because it gave them the finance to promulgate it.
Absolutely. Finance both sides.
Because the Federal Reserve, obviously, it's a central bank. It creates money out of thin air, as we know they all do. But that's what gave them the money to instigate World War One, and therefore, and the sequence of events that followed that. The Russian Revolution, again, was financed by somebody called Jacob Schiff, who was an American financier in the 19-teens. And, then from to World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, NASA, it's all connected, all, nonsense, but, connected. And so the Titanic was actually a very significant event in the 20th century, and not just because of the loss of life, but because it enabled them to fund World War One and World War II and everything else that went on, because they just got money from nothing.
So John, you must know then better than most people that these people who we're talking about, who plan these kind of events, they've got no problem in sacrificing a huge amount of people just to kill off one or very few. They've got no problem with.
Throughout history, that's happened.
You have to look at 9/11 for that. I mean, how many people died on 9/11? 3,000. So
what do you see now?
Well, and also that Malaysian flight,
So what do you see that's happening now? Globally, this is what's happening now. You've got millions of people being, lives ruined and actual injury from these injections which people are having. So this is on a global scale now, not just in a condensed, one nation or one, small event. I mean, this makes 9/11 look like child's play.
It does, absolutely, and again, it's one of the reasons for what's going on. Part of the depopulation agenda, and again, I cover that in massive detail, and some of the depopulation agenda. It's been going on for a long time, and they use every instance they can to get rid of the population, because they want a population.
I think the current there's like a big gender agenda as well, which coincides with the depopulation.
There's a huge attack on the war against the sexes,
because if you can drive a wedge between men and women, which is what they're trying to do, and also turn people gay, which again is what they're trying to do, this gay agenda that they're pushing on our children.
Well, and also for people to swap their genders, and also, all sorts of different techniques they're using.
Because gay people don't reproduce. So it's all part of that same, plan. It sounds crackers in some ways, I sometimes have to shake my head and think.
I mean, they poison the water supply, and they poison all these processed foods that people eat now. And if you measure as a generalization, the testosterone level in males these days, they're nothing compared with 100 years ago, when there wasn't that, so much, processed food, and just people just eating shit constantly.
Well, exactly. I mean, I've heard tell that the sperm counts in the Western world, at least, are down 50% from what they were 30 years ago. 50%. And it's all by engineered, and it's all, by engineering. It's not by chance, or, it's like you say, it's done in the foods. It's done with jibby jabbies.
Because we've spoke about this before on the show as well, John. That this is a transgenerational agenda that's being pushed. It doesn't matter if someone may put the wheels into place, but they're not going to see the fruits of their labour, because they won't be around for it to actually happen. It'll be
that's the next level of commitment, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. They've got no problem with waiting, 100, 200 years before what they put into motion is actually fruitful for them.
That's right. They're very people. Like I said about the getting the revenge on the Russian royal family. They waited 100 years for it, but they did it in the end. They engineered some event to give them the ability to do that, or to give them a mandate to do that. and everything is planned. So, centuries in some cases in advance. The layman, like absolute crazy talk. Absolutely no question about it in my mind.
Yeah, well, we've said that the plans for what's going on right now stretch back way further than decades. More than 100 years, arguably, longer than that. It's no surprise.
Definitely.
The last few weeks, I've been doing a bit of research, looking into the Book of Revelations, and instead of viewing it as a sort of religious book, viewing it more as a blueprint for what's taking place, not at this moment in time, but what is to come, with regards to transhumanism and synthetic universe and all of that type of thing. Because if you actually look at Revelations, it actually uses a lot of computer speak in terms of being saved. Even that, they will be saved, and things like clouds. Yeah, if you look at it,
Okay, yeah, right.
If you start to look at Revelations, look into it, start reading it, but from a blueprint of a sort of computer age or digital age, it starts to make a lot more sense, because it sounds a bit kind of sci-fi or whatever. You could actually kind of convert it into a sci-fi movie, and it makes a whole lot more sense. now,
I like
as an example, there's I can't remember the chapter and verse, but it's something like they will seek death, and they will not find it. Now, what is the agenda at the moment? It's this immortality, digital immortality.
Yeah. I mean, there's a famous quote from the last pope, not that we've got now, the Benedict or something like that, I can't remember, the German guy. And he said that we are now living in the time of revelations, which I thought was a very interesting thing to say, because of course these guys are clued up. These people know exactly what's going on, So I thought that was rather interesting.
Yeah, the final days, very interesting indeed. So, from your sort of in-depth investigation into how our reality has been distorted, what lessons can we learn from that we can sort of apply going forward, do you think? Is it just to switch off from everything that's going on, or is it to pay more careful attention and watch the hidden hand? What do you think, John?
Definitely. I mean, I think we've got to. I mean, I watch them like bloody hawks, basically. I don't watch TV as such, but I do make one concession to the mainstream, and that is I have a feed with all the mainstream news headlines occurring. What's going on in the world. So I keep up to date all the time with what's going on in the world, and I would suggest other people do that as well. I know it makes very painful reading sometimes, but nevertheless, we do need to know our enemies, and this is what I try to do all the time. Because without knowing what's going on, we don't have the wherewithal to kind of combat that, do we? Not that there's an awful lot we can do, other than, people say to me all the time, well, all this stuff going on, John, but, what the hell can we do about it? And I always say the same thing. I say, do whatever you can, tell people, because the more people that actually get to know and understand what is really going on, rather than the crap that we're fed by the mainstream, the quicker it will come to an end, because it will reach a tipping point, the 100th monkey syndrome. And, there will, and I absolutely believe this 100%, there will come a point where there is a tipping of world opinion, and these people will be finished. At the end of the day, there are 8 billion of us and only 10,000 of them also. So, they're running scared. They're scared to death. That's why they're doing things like what is going on now. Because
we've said this before in the show. Yeah, they wouldn't be trying so hard if they weren't sort of backed into a corner. They might have had it really easy for centuries or millennia inside a big castle, when everyone else is just outside in absolute ignorance, wallowing in shit.
Yes.
Well, now we're not wallowing in shit anymore. And everyone has the internet, and many people know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, the internet is their biggest enemy, actually, because, the internet is the tool by which all this information has been spread. Before the internet, hardly anybody were, in the world that we're in now. And by that, I mean the world of information, the world of, knowledge being spread around. I mean, they do their best to shut the internet down, or parts of it, and censor it at least. It is a massive tool in our favour, the internet.
Sure.
Can I add
yes,
sort of abstract angle on this? As you know, I'm big into sort of the human functions, and for the most part, history is memory. Now, what is memory, and how do we recall what happened in the past? So, as an example, if you look at the Mandela effect, to me, that's kind of a new age form of tampering, or maybe a quickening of the rearranging of history. And what they're doing is they're tapping into the memory function of humans on a level that they've never done before. Maybe as a sort of a slight experiment. So rather than having to rewrite history in terms of history books, because it's now gone digital, they have to come up with a better method of doing it, or different, not better, but a different way of doing it. So it's going to be based more on the memory facility or faculty of humans, and if they can just literally wipe your memory or rearrange. And I don't think it's coincidence that in some of these movies, I think it was it Men in Black, where they had the capability to
the little pen
flash
yeah,
the little gadget at you, and you lost your memory, and they reprogrammed you.
Yeah. So if you imagine, right, if they've got the capability, and there's nothing to say that it's not possible that through various modifications, genetic modifications, that they can start to control the inner functionings of humanity, that they could literally press at the press of a button, they can delete or erase memory and history.
Yeah, well, imagine what will happen when Elon Musk has completed his trials that are happening right now of the brain chip being inserted, directly wired in control. I think we appear to have lost John. I hope he comes back.
We're talking about AI.
We would talk. Well, we
talking about brain implants. Then.
Yeah. Oh no! John is back. Right, let's have him back.
Yeah, I lost you for a moment there.
Yeah, you just disappeared. Yeah, well,
we just mentioned Elon Musk and the trials that he's doing, having the brain chip actually embedded into the head now. So we're just wondering what might occur from that. That's the next stage.
Well, you could rewrite. You rewrite the history of anything, and that if you have access directly into someone's brain.
This is like transhumanism agenda, isn't it? Which that's
exactly
this is what he's pushing.
This is one of the places where what's happening now is going. This is only the beginning. What we're seeing now with this pandemic, according to the Rockefeller-Lockstep document, which I believe is fairly accurate, this is going to go until 2025 in some form or other, by which time they hope to have the next phase ready. Now, I believe the next phase after this one will be the climate change and climate change. You won't be allowed because you're having too big impacts on the environment. And then following that, this is all linked to the transhumanist agenda, which again is the subject of not this book that I've written that is coming out next month, but that will be my next one, which I'll probably start sometime this summer, and that will be the transhumanist agenda and how it all links into what's been going on here in the last 2 or 3 years. Very much so. As I keep saying, it's an ongoing agenda, and every step meticulously planned. So but got to be optimistic. We've got to believe that we can stop them in their tracks, and I do. I think they've actually stuff now, and I think that they will. And I think there's a little bit of backtracking going on, even in the States. Obviously they're backtracking here, but I think even in the States, I saw an interview with that lovely man Fauci, where he was saying that he was kind of pulling back from his original stance, and I can't remember now. My brain, sorry, I can't remember exactly what it was he said now, but it was. I thought it was highly significant, and it was definitely a climb down from where they were actually kicking us, even a few months ago.
Wasn't it to do with the jibby jabs? Didn't he say that they're not the way forward?
Maybe.
What? No way would Fauci say that.
Sound familiar?
No, I'm pretty sure.
Well,
I'm pretty sure it's something to do with that. And maybe they're gonna. Oh, am I mixing up with Pfizer? Maybe they're gonna try and switch it to
Pfizer. Pfizer said that. Fauci said,
yeah.
but it was something along those lines. It was.
It was pretty significant. I can remember him saying something. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So,
well, if either Fauci or Pfizer says that, it would be pretty significant. If either of them started saying they were against the jabberoos, that would be very significant, I reckon.
Yeah,
they'll only start saying that when they've got a replacement.
People need to be careful about in the States, because that's a heavily armed nation.
Yes,
especially some states, they're still very heavily armed, and there is still a militia amongst the population. So I don't think they'll be able to get it done there.
No, I agree.
I still think,
states particularly, that the red states, the Republican states in the Southwest, they won't stand for any of this crap. I mean,
no, they know exactly what's going on. No.
Yeah,
I'm still convinced that this is absolutely nothing to do with the jibby jabs. I think that is another mass distraction.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Do you want to elude on that some more?
Yeah, go
on. Well, I don't think the end goal isn't the jibby jabs. That potentially is a mass distraction, along with other diseases and illnesses. Yeah, it's a cover-up for something far worse that's taking place that they're trying to shift the blame onto. And I think for the last probably potentially 100 years, I mean, look, let me say it another way. We've got radiation, we've got radio, we've got mobile signals, we've got Wi-Fi, we've got pentajizzle, we've got pollution, we've got fuel, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Now, have you noticed that nothing is ever blamed on any of those things? Well, they would rather blame it on a bat or something like that. Yeah, but they never really say, well, actually, it's because of mobile phones. Think of all the new technology.
John, if you were wondering what pentajizzle was, that's a code we say on the show for the number 5 and then the letter that comes.
Yeah, we can't say that because you get taken down for that.
Misinformation.
Yeah. So what I'm alluding towards is, so look at the technology in the last, say, 20 years, 30 years. Yeah. We've got a lot more gadgets. We've got a lot more microwaves and so on and so forth. How can there not possibly be a health risk?
Well, remember all of the massive scare about mobile phones. Like, where did that where did that go? Why did that suddenly stop? What about all those studies that were going on about the danger of mobile phones?
If you buy a brand new smartphone, it says on the box, don't hold close. Hold no more than 6 inches away from your head
because of the radiation.
Yeah, well, it just says just hold. Don't hold close to your head. 6 inches. It says on the box.
Wow.
But nobody reads that.
What about laptops?
Yeah, they go right next to your testicles. Imagine what that's doing to fertility. Mm-hmm. You literally have them on your lap. It's in the name.
So I think
not just testicles, but for women as well, and because it's close to their womb and their other body parts. Just in that region.
Part of the process of the terraforming that's taken place and the changing of the landscape via technology, there has to be a side effect. There has to be a consequence, but they don't seem very forward-coming with regards to linking any sort of modern-day injuries or disease to technology. They're very
never
averse
talked
to
about
doing that. Yeah, but they're quite happy to talk about monkeys, bats. What's it called when they fuse animal stuff with humans?
Chimera.
Yeah, so to me, this, like all the injuries and sickness that's taking place, and even with the heart failures and stuff, I'm not convinced that this is directly linked to the jibby jabs. I think there's something else at play. in
You
this
think it
realm.
could be the electromagnetic soup that we're all swimming in?
Or maybe it's the change from the real world to the metaverse. Because if you think animals are real, so let's hate the animals because they give us diseases. Let's go for our lovely technology, which will keep us
everything
warm and
is pushing
comfortable.
us into the metaverse.
Yeah, there you go.
For sure. Absolutely.
I mean, this is all covered in my next book. The one that's out next month. So
I wonder what people are going to be doing in their climate change lockdowns.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, that what's happening.
They'll be stepping into the meta.
If what Inner Guardians is saying is true, that these illnesses could be caused by a frequency range, let's say, that we're being subject to, well, that would make it really easy to blame it on climate change as well, wouldn't it? Because that narrative is already being put in. They're saying, someone's got a heart attack, probably climate change. There was literally a headline like that. Now it's a joke. It's like a meme.
Yeah.
Like when a footballer kills over, someone says, "Oh, it's climate change," or white supremacy, or something like that.
I've been diagnosed climate change.
Yeah, I've been diagnosed with carbon
I think we're
inequality.
gonna have to come up with an algorithm name for that, because I reckon we'll get pulled on environmental misinformation.
Well, yeah, it is. It's called coinciditis. That's the term. What happens when it's just a coincidence that and then
no, for the word for climate change, we need to think of a new one, because otherwise we're going to get taken down for environmental misinformation.
Carbon inequality.
But what about the? I saw recent news about these aeroplanes that are having to land because of concerns with pentadiesel.
Yeah, that was happening when some. It's a Boeing. Funny enough, it's all about the numbers. It was a Boeing 777 that is most taken down by that frequency that we call pentojizzle. That you can't say the name. Yeah, American Airlines were having big problems. They couldn't fly any 777s anywhere over the cities that had fully rolled out the pentojizzle network. Yeah, so
as I say, I cover all the pentojizzle in my next book. So that
John Hamer's already down with the lingo. So what's the subject of the next book, John? Sorry, the title. Sorry.
The one that comes out next month is Welcome to the Masquerade.
Welcome to the Masquerade. Okay.
Yeah. Which, I mean,
Well,
I'm sure most people can guess what that's about.
Okay. Yeah, so that sounds right up our street with what we've been talking about, in this conversation right here. That what we could be looking at is a multiple layer of false flag. People think this is caused by this. Well, actually, no. There's this. No, there's two more layers past that.
Everything's planned. Literally, everything's planned. Anything we see on the media, it's all planned out.
It's evil genius.
As unfortunate as it is, it doesn't make it any less true.
Have you seen those eyewitness reports from that Travis Scott concert about the flooring, saying they had special flooring down as a sort of conductivity for the earthing
Oh my god.
of the people there, and then they basically shot frequencies through them.
I've not seen that. It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, we did.
Absolutely satanic, wasn't it? With that going on there. I mean, it was just
completely satanic.
video.
That was one big ritual. That whole event.
That was properly in your face as well. They weren't even hiding it. It was like it was the most satanic thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. I think
and they're playing around with frequencies.
Most people have seen the opening ceremony from the 2012 Olympics video, with all the imagery then pertaining to what's going on now there. But I would also urge anybody who's watching this, if they've not seen it, to look up the opening 1992 Barcelona Olympics, and that is
I've seen that. I've seen that.
Yeah.
This is the meme I was looking for to explain what we're talking about right here. Yeah. One thing after another. We can't say those words on the screen because we'll probably get a strike. So we have to create a meme for it.
And then you've got a hand grenade coming to take the whole building down from Agenda 2050.
Yeah. Lord Schwab throwing a hand grenade. Who's this one made by? Let me just take that down. Future Ghost. Big up Future Ghost on this one. Don't know if I showed that before. I knew I had a meme for this conversation. It's important. Memes win wars. Okay, so we've got the Welcome to the Masquerade. Look out for that. That's your next
Even
book.
Elon Musk's, he tweeted, didn't he? So whoever controls the memes controls the world.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Well, what did Elon Musk say about the metaverse? I think in the Guardian shared this to us. He got asked about the metaverse, and he goes, "Oh, we're already in the metaverse." He goes, "It's just metaverse is all the way down." I was like, "Whoa!" I was like, "Okay, now I'm listening." Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
I've said it before.
I mean, look, if you look at the last 2 years with lockdowns and stuff like that, there's obviously certain procedures that they're trying to normalize. Now, what I was alluding towards earlier with regards to the jibby jabs being a distraction, and I don't want to be the harbinger of doom, but there could be something far worse coming, and all of this was just a preparation. You know, I'm talking maybe from a cosmic
I think the metaverse is the far worst thing coming.
Yeah,
well,
I find that scary.
I'm talking more like on a cosmic scale in terms of interstellar, interplanetary, depending on what cosmology you want to go with. But something of a severe nature may be coming. In terms of maybe the changing of the atmosphere, or like a naturally occurring change that they know about.
So maybe nature might intervene because
we have a few candidates on the table for this. One is a magnetic polar shift.
Yeah.
The other one is a Carrington event, a huge global storm which basically sort of like fries the surface of the Earth and knocks out all of our technology.
Floods.
And it causes floods and stuff like that. And
I mean, if you want to go really sort of far out with this, many occultists will say that the Earth is a temporary arrangement, and that at some point the Earth will be no more, and civilization or whatever will move on to another crater, another realm, whatever description you want to give it. But because we're living in a food chain, a food cycle, like a cosmic food chain, food cycle, that certain bodies have to be fed, like the moon, like food for the moon. Okay, so all these things that take place, we basically become the fruit of the cosmos. Now, some people are selected for certain planetary bodies or light energy or whatever description you want to give it. I don't want to sort of give an exact model because we don't know. So certain people are selected as certain types of fruit in order to feed the cosmos. And for the most part, you could say that we're going through a process at the moment because if you look at humans in terms of essence and different types of fruit, we would feed different parts of the cosmos. I mean, that's zooming right out.
Yeah, sure.
To me, it does make sense, and like I say, this is common knowledge in occult groups. Now,
I've studied the law of one, and this would be called the Great Harvest. What's happening? This is the Grand Harvest. It's where this wheat is separated from the chaff.
Yeah, and also if you look at world wars, that if you look at it in terms of essence harvesting, there was a demand in the cosmos for certain fruit fed to certain bodies, whatever description you want to give these bodies, in terms of like the moon, the sun, Saturn, Jupiter. You know, whatever they are.
Depending on which ideology that these
are archetypes at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, look. If you use first principles and direct realism, it's obvious to see that we live in a food chain. Something needs to feed and something needs to be fed. Yeah. So something eats something else. It doesn't matter which way you look at it. If you just look straight away at your day-to-day reality, there is a food chain, and if you stop the food chain, then you have a problem. So why would it not be the same on a cosmic scale? So for instance, the Earth could be food for the moon could be food for the sun could be food for, and so on and so forth.
Master Lee.
This is why you never get invited to parties.
Welcome back. Wait a minute. gosh. Yes, that's the first gosh of the year.
These guys. Sorry.
No. That's why we built a big table here, John. We like to put lots of ideas down.
This is why you never get invited to parties.
Yeah, I
Ross,
can't
Lee.
agree with that.
This is exactly
No,
why.
but seriously, right? Go into your garden, and what do you observe?
Different plants.
Mate, it completely makes sense to me what you've said. I mean, if anything, there's very little to argue against it. I'd be very interested to hear an argument against that.
Yeah, but what do you see? What do you see in your garden? One thing feeds another, starting from compost right the way through to the bees, to flowers, to rabbits, to whatever, dogs.
I think even weather cycle, the water feeds the steam, the sun evaporates into water. We've got almost like a feeding cycle there, And then it rains, it feeds the soil.
You've already argued this is why these wars where a lot of blood is spilt seem to happen on a cyclical basis. The earth needs to feed.
Well, the other thing, right, and this is kind of an occult secret, that these people that are going along with the stuff, the jibby jabs and so on and so forth, in a way, you've got to kind of show some gratitude towards them because they're feeding something with their essence. Now, if they don't volunteer to do it, then the cosmos is going to come after us, or in one way or another.
So we should be thankful for their sacrifice.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, because if you look at it as let's say their essence is food for the moon. The moon has to be fed with some kind of energy. And these people are basically volunteering for that service.
Well,
the 95%.
Yeah, consensual.
Yeah, whether they're tricked into or not is irrelevant.
It's actually 66% in this country anyway, isn't it? At the moment. They released it the other day. 33% of Londoners are completely
Of course, it's 33. Why wouldn't it be 33?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Right, John. If people want to see and get into more of your stuff, have you got a website? Where is the best place for people to find your work?
I've got a website, and it's falsificationofhistory.co.uk.
Yeah.
I've also got a BitChute channel which I've just started up called John Hamer Official. 3 separate words.
Okay.
There are 3 videos on it at the moment, but that's going to increase. So yeah, by all means. And of course, if you want to buy my books, if you go to Amazon and type in my name in the search bar, John Hamer, it will bring up my author page.
I'm just getting it up here. Here we go. Yes.
And also, if people want to contact me directly, I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. I can give you my email address if you want to put that out. And if people want to order signed copies of my books, we can do that as well. About using.
Do you want to give your email address out then, John? You could do that live on air.
Yeah, it's jch120-752@gmail.com. And please don't be scared to email me if you want a signed copy of my books. And there'll be a charge for postage, obviously, but it will just be a slightly slower process than buying it off Amazon, but at least you'll get a signed copy out of it for whatever that's worth.
At least you can cut out Jeff Bezos as well.
Yeah, absolutely. the less money we
Buy
give to
direct,
these people,
more money directly to John, less money to Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff doesn't need the money.
No,
he's got enough for his cock rocket.
He's got enough to go to the moon and back.
Yeah, 150 billion, I believe. Come on, guys.
I bet it's more than that.
Probably.
Yeah, that's very, John, very impressive body of work you've got there. I'm going to look into some of it as best I can. I appreciate your contribution to the truth.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Thanks very much for having you on, John. We're going to go to a break. Oma Beats is going to play some beats in this section.
It'd be great to get you back on again, John. Maybe a couple of months after your book's been released. Maybe we can have a chat about that.
Yeah, definitely. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. And just get hold of me anytime you like. I'll come back. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much, John Hamer. Rise above.
Thank you, John. Rise above.
Thank you.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise
See you next time,
above.
John. Okay, right. Yeah, it's time for an Oma Beats interlude, and we will keep it to 15
Awesome
minutes.
guest.
Yeah.
What a great guest.
Yes, it was great. It is, I want to check out some of the books now. I want to see the falsification of science.
I missed the first part, and I'll have to watch it back. But yeah, great guest.
Okay. Right, Master Lee, we're going to hear a lot more from you after the break. We're going to go deep, whole rabbit, as we say here on Rise Above. But right about now, it's Oma Beats. Yeah, we're back. Rise Above live with the track. Oma Beats Double L Skin. Standard, man. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. It's unpredictable the way we spit these lyrical. Throughout your avenues and terraces. Meet your nemesis. Oma Beats, time to roll. Rise Above family, time to lose control. Big up everyone tuned in. Friday nights are back. The Rise Above crew is back. Live on the track. Yo, Oma. No misunderstanding, MC no one else here. Standing, no misunderstanding. How we sounding crystal clear. Standing, no misunderstanding. MC no one else here and I'm landing. Lyrical skill to be branded, lyrically outstanding.
Beats the beat, laser brains, systems come.
Let us know how we're sounding. Big up Lord Doomsworth, big up Clara Warren, Sam Carno, Arthur Watson, Ardman.
Love and one.
Oma Beats live in session. Yo, big up Tom Wills. Eyes straight forward like a predator. Tunnel vision, only focus on what's dead ahead of ya. Only focus on what's dead ahead of ya. Ahead of ya. Yo, big up Chronic. Big up Nick Longsworth. Hang tight, everybody buying t-shirts and hoodies. Friday nights are back, big up all the family. Oma Beats in session. Yeah. Swear us some bars, come on.
corpse beautiful.
Big up Bradley Golden. Remember, reject the Kobe Union t-shirts, Greta Reset t-shirts, everything except hoodies. It's available.
You know the saga.
Allow me to elucidate while my DJ choose a break. Yeah, on my beach you're losing weight. What other DJs losing faith? Allow me to elucidate while my DJ choose a break. You say your spinal days corrupt, you better choose your fate. Or is it all love? Why? Because we rise above extinguishing the fear. Because that parasite can't get enough. The hungry little worm convinced they world they spread their germ. We know it's total lies, some people never learn. It's why we choose to rise, or we might miss our turn. The harvest well overdue, the crops are gonna churn. Reap what you sow, keep what you know. Deep inside your mind is where you find the buried treasure, yo. Fear the denying force until you choose to mount the horse. And with the help of Master Lee, you see their triad from the fourth. Never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour and just step up to the tower. It's double NMC, I'm doing this for decades. Master of the wreck age, yeah. Sound of on the beats, 2022, we're live and unique. With that twisted modulation and that perfect technique, yeah. Big up Cheech McDuck. How we sounding? Yeah, on the beat. Big up Esoteric Night of Malta. Hang tight his magnification. Sound of Oma Beats. It's sound of double NMC. We're live and unique. It's 2022. Don't reach for the 2-2. We're about to blast through. We're about to roll through. The general is back. That's right, I'm speaking generalized facts. Rolling through, collecting federal tax. I'm not just leveling, yo, I'm rolling. Ready. Oma. Inject the blood clot, bust the melanoma. Come with it. Crater dwelling peasant. Big up Dan R94. Big up King. We're just getting back to business tonight, getting used to the controls and everything. Big up John Hamer, an awesome guest earlier on. Who needs a shout out, King? I type the viewers in the USA, Canada, South America, down under, up above, all around the crater realm, north, south, east and west. I type God Badge and all the massive. Big up Wim. Lord Schwab says. We got a crater dwelling peasant button. We do, don't we? Yeah, there it is.
Dwelling peasants.
Big up Eye for an Eye, big up Gritty Kitty, Bradley Golden, big up Klaus Schwab, Lord Doobsworth, Tom Wilms. Yes, all the family. Rise above massive, rise above crew. Oh yeah, don't forget about the t-shirt competition this week. If you can name... Oh, he's switching it. If you can name everyone in this picture, you win a t-shirt of your choice. You need to email it to riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Oh, wait, listen. I've got some things I want to get off my chest. After all this travelling. Yo. Fuck your lateral flow. I come with a multi-dimensional lyrical flow. Straight to the dome. Any covey weasel, let it be known. Rise above your parasite force. You could come with a tank or a horse. You could ride with me at 33 miles per hour in Bill Gates' Porsche. You will get bun and torch. Judgment Day, natural law. Lord Schwab and your global cause. I will put your plans on a total pause. We remain tougher than ever. Do your worst, I recatalyze better. Don't just survive at the end of your tether. Thrive in the greatest apocalypse ever. Study the timeless hypothesis. Fare better in the greatest apocalypse. Some pilgrimage to where a prophet lived, but a polymath place where the knowledge is. Pilgrimage to where the prophet lived, polymath place where the knowledge is. Since Master Lee taught me the synthesis, now I feel powerful like I was made for this. Undeniable, hidden and infamous. Unaccountable, wicked is impetus. They illuminate pyramids with reverse occult photosynthesis. Wave your banners of war, purse my lips and I'm hammering more. NPCs what you're stammering for when I grab on the mic like the hammer of war. Listen, I slap Hermes and grip the caduceus, burn his hands with the flames of Lucius. Wow. Gosh. Yeah, gosh. Oma Beats, run with it. Yo, I'm a lifelong student of the occult. I'm searching for verses locked in a vault, yearning for scriptures buried in a tomb, burning tricks in deep catacombs. Learn the prophecy buried in dirt. That's why double L heavy with words. Draw for the sword, bury them first. Samurai tongue, severing nerves. Focus, intent, remember. Execute manifesta, that's the system that he presents it from. Inner guardians, inner protector. Inner guardians hidden within. Deeper than flesh, deeper than skin. The room goes quiet when the drop of imping comes loud in your ear, bruv. Now we begin. Let me break it down to the first principle. Apply trivium, analytical. Quadrivium, metaphysical. Never horizontal, we're literal. Ascending, not traversing. Understanding without rehearsing. Protect your soul from eternal thirsting. Why? Because a brand new earth is emerging. The evil energy surging. The demiurge is determined to drain your soul with guilt and burden. Cruel nursing, no reversing. A sack of moon fertilizer bursting. You've got to put the work in. Away from these messes, MCs are shirking. Nowadays everybody wanna chat. Nowadays everybody wanna spit. Nowadays everybody bum wax. Nowadays everybody wanna mix. Nowadays everybody wanna chat that they got story to tell. Same old crap when they touch the mic, they all sound like shite. These motherfuckers that they forgot about. Gosh. I like that beat, Omar. We're just letting any new viewers know what we're about. We don't just tell the truth, we bust out the beats and the rhymes too. Yo. I oppose all covert forces. Why is that? They can come with their tanks and horses. Yo, Omar. Oppose all covert forces. They can come with their tanks and horses, driving 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Right above is a mental fortress, the most deep and the walls are enormous. Built of knowledge and multiple sources. You can't storm us, not climb in the power of glorious corpses. Don't come with the eye of Horus, you still can't see our auras. We hunt rabbit way across the borders, with the vertical rising forces. The third force installers, the fourth installers, control the Torah inside the Taurus. Don't test my team, we'll scorch us. Omar, double L skin. Yo, brothers like Clash of the Titans, blood splash, fantasy violence. Run from the harpy, the siren, the werewolf, the lichen. Back for the silence. Build up a lyric, same way your psychic, summon up a spirit. Build up a lyric, the same way psychic, summon up a spirit. Do I build up a lyric, same way psychic, summon up a spirit. Oma beats, come with it. Yo, Oma beats, come with it. Yo, big up Rachel McCaskill. Yeah, rise above 2022. That's right, Bruce Hansley, you know that. Bill Gates has got a 911 turbo, 3.3 litres. Yo, rise above won't allow the reset, no. Not in a million years. We've shed a million tears. They promoted a million fears. I use my reptilian senses. Yo, yo, yo. Rise above won't allow the reset, no. Not in a million years. We've shed a million tears. They promoted a million fears. I trust my reptilian senses, but I use my mammalian brain to combat those Schwabian forces. I'm bringing them ultimate pain. I'm an agent of the awakening, a transcendental 5D changing it. And I manifest now, cause right now 3D needs straightening. I remember my past life and 5,000 before it. I've battled these demons 100 times, so I come on and I still escorted. I'm a worthy adversary. In fact, they fear me. Every time I reincarnate on earth, their darkness can't come near me. Why? Cause I shine too brightly, a higher vibration daily, nightly, a dire citation, try to indict me. They wanna silence L, try de-mic me. No, can't enforce that. Bruv, I rise above that. Go to the court and I wipe my sheet on the doormat. Walk out with a brand new format. Yeah, and that's a true story. Oma beats, it's all guts and glory. Big up Clarice Starling, big up Pat Manning, Terry Bull. We're gonna get back to the chat in just a minute. Get real in just a minute. From the studio to the stadium, your basic levels, I'm raising them. Yo, I drop knowledge to expand the cranium. Free your mind, never enslaving them. No games, cause we don't play with them. We don't play with them, rise above. Big up Rise and Shine. Big up Sam Carno. Yes, Omar. Poison dart, straight to the heart, mate. Never sign boy, never want to partake. It's not a game, an old arcade to shoot like a cupid. I'm causing them heartache, cry me a river. It's your last day, I was a sinner, but that's in the past, mate. We never talk no more, why? Yo, they never want to parlay. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, nowhere mentioned, no one named. Gonna move on the track like a high-speed train that is never derailed by leaf nor rain. Relentless on a long campaign, darts of fire with the pinpoint aim. My METHOD of delivery to bring you the pain. Yeah, the general's back, and the general speaking general facts. Pay your dues like federal tax. I'm not just rolling through. Why? I'm leveling flat. Leveling flat. The general's here. When the general speaks, it's crystal clear. Tip of my tongue to your eardrum. Rise above soldiers, show no fear. I'm a militant man, coming back with my militant plan. These bars remind me of Southeast Asia. Yo, Omar, we'll have a couple more and then we'll get back to the chat. Big up Jason Jackson. Yeah. Yo. Alright, Omar, this one's made by Magix. It's called Slap. Big up Jim Hunt. Hang tight with the Canadian crew. Big up Moving Mountains Outreach. Big up everyone doing the outreach. Big up JD. Big up Terror Slim. Big up all the family. Yo, let me say something controversial. Yo, I ask questions that are the deepest. What is a religious extremist? A terrorist with a Wahhabi thesis, or pedo priest that are praying to Jesus? A rabbi circumcising the penis, gesturing God, acting fiendish. Yo, claiming elitist, acting. Yo, listen up, there's lies in this sermon. Why's that? Your vicar is vermin. Hypocrites ain't hard to determine. You gotta rise up and be wise like a serpent. You gotta rise up and be wise like a serpent. Beware of the saviour serpents. Wise, they're peddling burden. Yo, beware of the saviour's servants. Why is that? They're peddling burden. Indoctrination's different to learning. They're peddling burden. Indoctrination is different to learning. Yo, from the studio to the stadium, them basic levels I'm raising them. Yo, expanding, crazing them. Free your mind, never enslaving them. No games, I don't play with them. I make a sound boy sweat gymnasium. Under the radar, subterranean bars hit hard like a forged titanium. From the booth to the bleachers, install the truth in the mouth of the teachers. Elevate the youth from Babylon's reaches. Own the beats. Someone is requesting the Shakin' Stevens classic, This Old House. Gore-Tex boots, armoured holster. Gore-Tex boots, armoured holster. Now that's actually on Magix's tune. Yeah. Big up Sasha English, Anti-Ardman, Sam Carno, all the family. Listen up, ladies and gents. Stand up and get your ass off a bench. What you doing? Yo, listen up, ladies and gents. Stand up and get your ass off a bench. We're hitting up all types of events, clubs and raves and a big top tents and a big measurements. You know it makes sense. Cost money so you better save pence. It's gonna be one thing or the other. There's no time left to sit on the fence and it's big. You know how we rave, man. You can't play if you got no game plan. That's just how I go on, fam. It's double L, not my nature to harm, man. The mic, I gotta do this justice. In my clutches, got to bust this. Double L so raw with a roughness, not even could touch this. And that's right, each and every Friday night, live from the HQ. It's Rise Above, family. Alright, last couple, we'll get back. You can play again later on. Master Lee's waiting to drop bombs. Yeah. All right, last few from Oma Beats. We'll have some vocal tunes. I'll give it a rest, and then we'll come back with Inner Guardians to drop some bombs. Resistance crew. Anti Resistance, massive in Gloucester, rise above.
vibes intense. Non-stop overnight express. Dusk till dawn, gotta maintain. All aboard the one-way train. Groove touching your inner soul. Cuts deep like the winter cold. Change your mood and turn the lights low. Type of tune to get you moving with your eyes closed. The pressure. 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 Build the pressure till the vibe's intense. Non-stop overnight express. Dusk till dawn, gotta maintain. All aboard the one-way train. Groove touching your inner soul. Cuts deep like the winter cold. Change your mood and turn the lights low. Type of tune to get you moving with your eyes closed. The pressure.
Okay, ladies and gents. Thank you very much. I'm a Beats. We will be hearing from
That's
you
a quick
later on.
15 minutes, right?
I thought it was actually, yeah.
Was that less than 15 minutes?
I think it was a bit too quick, actually. I think we should just go back another half an hour.
No, mate. I think it's better to have our breaks more often and shorter, rather than like one
I
massive.
don't know, it
40.
depends. I only really get into the mix sort of like when you let me stop.
Right, let me get rid of. I've got the wrong graphic here. Right, yeah. Okay, Inner Guardians, are you still with us?
Salutations.
Salutations, you're back. Okay, so we had an awesome guest, John Hamer. He talked about the falsification of history. I'm going to start our second part of the show with one of your quotes on Facebook, which I thought was really good. And I've shared it here. If you fight the devil, he kills you. If you ignore the devil, he feeds upon you. The devil can only be defeated if you use him as catalyst for creativity towards growth. In himself, the devil has no power, only the power to provoke you into a useless reaction or a correct response. # Inner Guardians. And I thought, what a way to start the year. What a way, a good mantra to start this year with, because, you know, we've said it before, but we are definitely going to say it again. The infinite content creator in this greatest apocalypse ever has really goddamn ramped things up since I've been away, and the show's been away.
I think it's brilliant to watch, especially what's going on in the UK. I think it's getting so unbelievably stupid that people have got no choice but to start questioning.
Well, yeah.
Well, the origins of that quote by myself, it's basically to give an idea or a direction with regards to what's taking place. Now, naturally, we tend to externalize every type of phenomena. And when in actual fact, we need to take ownership. We need to own the manifestation as an individual and as a collective. So what I'm alluding towards, potentially, and I may be criticized for turning all love and light over the last 6 weeks. I've been kind of looking into that side of things. But basically, what it means is that there is no external evil. There is no external devil. It's all internal, and it's an internal manifestation of the dark side of our soul, or as I call it, the inner conspiracy. Now, we can't really do anything about the Dr. Faucis and the Bill Gates of this world. But what if I was to say that everybody has an inner Dr. Fauci and an inner Mr. Gates? And these characters are just merely projections of the dark side of our consciousness, or the dark sea of consciousness, as it's called. And what this great lesson has to be is the self-perfecting, as opposed to the external attacking. We need to almost use it like a mirror, like a reflection. And this is the nature of the devil, because at the end of the day, the devil is part of the Godhead. And if we're made in the image of the Godhead, we also contain the devil. Now, it totally turns it 180 degrees around. It flips it right round back on ourselves. Now, is it fair to say that we are co-creators?
I'd like to think I am.
Okay.
I try to be.
Right, so would it also be feasible to say that we created this shit show?
Yes.
Now, the only time we can change this is if we change it within. Because like I say, we can't do anything to the Dr. Faucis and the Bill Gates, unless you want to go to America and assassinate them, but they'll just replace them with somebody else. And I've been looking a lot into, it's a practice that I did many years ago, but I've been looking back into it. It's a practice called Metta Bhavana, which is a Buddhist meditation. And coincidentally, metta, I think it's in Sanskrit, it means love and kindness. So a meta, but it's with 2 T's, not 1 T.
Another hijacking potentially there, linguistically.
Yeah, and so meta Bhavna, I believe it means something like the sort of like the cultivating or the manifesting of the meta. So it's the cultivation of love and kindness. Now, what this meditation consists of, and it's a very interesting one, and it's a very difficult one for people to practice. It's probably the toughest meditation to practice. So what you have to do is you have to have 3, coincidentally 3 subjects. Okay, so the one that is usually used is you have to choose somebody that you love dearly and visualize them. You have to choose somebody who you really hate or dislike, who is your enemy number 1. And then you have to choose somebody that is indifferent. So it could be, I don't know, somebody who works in the shop or something is okay, but you could take them or leave them. So you've got 3 characters, and you have to place them inside of a house that is on fire. And you need to stand outside the house, and you're not sure who to rescue first. So you can see what that would conjure up inside you, because obviously we're going to try and go for the ones that we love, but in actual fact, from the scale of the cosmos, we should actually be indifferent to all 3, because we have love and kindness for everybody. Now this brings me to the sort of love and light brigade, where you hear me criticize them all the time. Now what if I was to say that, and I'm not saying that we should do this, but I'm just saying this as an idea. Most things I say are ideas. They're not factual, they're just ideas and provocations. So what if I was to say that we should send love and light to Dr. Fauci and Mr. Gates?
Well, this is what the old argument about the positive, sort of like only emitting positive energy as best you can, because it will infect the negative as such.
Well, counterbalance the negative, but in actual fact, you should be neutral to all 3.
Because don't forget, they're not the ones actually doing anything. They're simply, putting money to stuff. They're not physically taking the actions in the world. They're just talking. They're just like you, giving ideas maybe, and it's up to the actual masses. They're doing it to themselves.
Well, I'm glad you
they're
said
just
that,
lining up to take this shit.
Well, I'm glad you
line
said that,
and
'cause I've heard
sinker.
you-
1, 2, 3 times 4.
I've heard you mention this before. So as an example, when it comes to authority, the government leaders, they can't really do anything. Those who can do something are the police, are the military.
Yeah, they're the only ones. They're the key to everything. I've said this on the show for fucking day one, honestly.
And
they're the only ones.
They are normal people. They are like me and you, just that they've got a particular occupation or job. Okay, now they're still human, and they have no more powers than us, other than the powers that have been granted, or the powers that we allow them to have, the powers that we granted them. Remember, we grant them. Now, this is where they get us on, because we elect these characters in. And I've said this before, that we're the ones that pay and finance the police, the council. Look at all the public services. They're all financed, and they work for us. Now, if we then allow them to do what they do back to us, then it's kind of our fault.
Yeah, we're doing it to ourselves.
It's quasi-consensual.
Yeah. Now, like I say, there's not a lot you can do with Dr. Fauci, Bill Gates, police, military, so on and so forth. So we have to take it back to the first principle, which is the self. And we need to take a good look at ourselves, look at the inner conspiracy. Do we contain the Dr. Fauci? Now, also, if we want to admit and take the stance that we are co-creators, then, sorry folks, this is our fault. What's manifesting in the world is our fault.
I would agree.
We've created this. We've not only created, we've allowed it. We've facilitated it through consent.
I would 100% agree with that.
Now, taking it from more of a cosmic perspective, when it comes to creating, it's actually quite difficult to create in this realm, and there's a reason for that. it's a cosmic safety mechanism. Because just imagine if every time you thought something, it manifested. What kind of a mess would this place be? Like every thought that you have, good, bad, indifferent, it immediately appeared. Now,
Be pretty interesting.
there are other dimensions where this actually takes place, and those dimensions are not very far from here. We're literally one step away from these type of dimensions. The dream world. Think about it, right? Whatever you think of in your dream, it manifests in the dream. This is why dreams are a bit crazy. They're very hard to regulate. Now, what I'm suggesting is that this realm is like a school to develop your creative capabilities, but also creative control. Because in a way, unless you've got control of your creativity, you're going to create chaos. You're going to create a reality that you don't want. And this is what we're kind of seeing play out. Now, it's all kept in check and balance with, say, the lighter cultures, the darker cultures, those that have perfected the creative capabilities. And then you've got on the other end of the spectrum people that are out of control with their creativity. So in the end, you end up with some kind of balance of sorts, which is probably a good way to describe this realm, because it's not all bad and it's not all good. It's bits of both. And this will probably explain what could be happening, say, for this country. Because maybe in this country you've got particular people that have the ability to create a different type of reality. So it's kind of kept in check a little bit more than, say, another country or culture that could have totally lost control of their co-creative abilities. Now, the safety mechanism in this realm is what we would call delay. So if you wanted to create something, there's normally a delay in that process. So you have an idea, you think about it, you make a plan, you start to action that plan, and then within a day, week, month, year, it manifests. As opposed to being in another dimension where you think it and it happens, it manifests. Like mentalism, mind perceives matter, but without time. It's instant, in real time. So we're kind of here to perfect our creativity, because we're kind of novices, and we won't be allowed or let loose in the other dimensions until we've got a little bit better or a lot better at managing and controlling our creativity. You could also say that this is kind of the absolutes, or the one, or the Godhead's way of making an expansion of God.
A training. Well, it's like a filter. You could say it's like a filter mechanism.
Well, yeah. I mean, if God is forever expanding, which potentially could be, then this would just be kind of a pocket of that expansion project, and we're part of that. Now, when you look at the dimensions, I always describe the third dimension as the delay realm of matter. So there's a delay in this realm. So things don't happen straight away, good or bad, which is quite useful. Because imagine if bad things just happen straight away. There's always a delay. There's always a time to change things or alter things, or to evade things, or to counterbalance it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas when you step into, say, the fourth dimension is actually time, or timeless. So the definition of the fourth dimension is time. So in the fourth dimension, things happen a lot quicker, possibly in real time. And then the fifth dimension the easiest way to describe the fifth dimension is eternity.
So
And
that
it's
would
not
be more about thought and intention. Things would be ruled out at the level of thought and intention rather than action.
Yeah. And also what you got to consider as well, right? When you create something, let's say you create something in the fifth dimension, whatever you create is eternal. So if you was to enter the fifth dimension right now and you've not got control of your creativity, any negative thought that you would have would be your permanent eternity. So
That's a
when you
lot of
look at it,
responsibility.
yes, and when you look at it like that, you actually would be very hesitant with regards to, because people want to rush to the fifth dimension. But
Yeah, we're all going 5D ascension. Yeah.
yeah, but if you're not ready for it and you haven't got control of your creativity or have an understanding of your capability to create, it could be problematic for the cosmos, for eternity. So, like you say, this is like a filtration system, so that when we're mature enough, when we've grown up, when we're no longer adult babies, we can then move on to different dimensions. Or maybe we dip in and out of them. And maybe there has been some eternal damage done by immature souls going into the fifth dimension, creating negative thought forms. And this is possibly why there are like gatekeepers or barriers between each dimension. I think we get a taste of it when we go into the dream world.
Well, that can't be explained. All the experts, all the trillions of dollars spent, nobody can actually explain what a dream is.
Exactly, yeah. Well, there's lots of things. I mean, 5%, I always say the 5%. You speak to any medical professional, any scientist, any physicist, they say that we only understand 5%, maximum of 5%. And that's the nature of the mysterious realm. Now, somebody mentioned about eternity is no time. Well, yeah, that's a very good point. And it's almost like we can't comprehend the eternal nature of the cosmos. And we're definitely going to struggle to comprehend it while we're in 3D or in this realm, because we're in the realm of delay. And we tend to live life in a linear fashion through education. And remember, infinity and eternity aren't the same things. Eternity means it always was and always will be. So you create something that will go in both directions, which is
Infinity just means that Infinity just
create
means
now,
goes on
goes
forever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whereas
that's a very interesting point that I don't think anyone has ever actually fully brought up before. The difference between infinity and eternity.
Yeah. So, in simple terms, if you create something eternal, it means your creation will split in two directions. Well, in all directions. I mean, you can use like geometry. You can use like a straight line, and you've got a middle point. You can get complicated about it. You can call it orthogonal time. But in simplistic terms, it's just a straight line, and you have a point, and your creation would go in both directions.
Master Lee always comes with the goods.
That's when we need a whole rabbit button.
Yeah,
whole rabbit. Yeah,
But going back to what I'm saying, I think we're at a stage, because I don't know if you're sensing it. Like, we've reached a point where we don't know what to do next. Like, we know what the problem is.
Yeah.
We've kind of, the veil's been lifted. We can see what the problem is, but what are we going to do about it? And people have got different theories.
We prepared for the worst. Some people have prepared for the worst as well. They've got all stocked up. They've got ready for Armageddon as well. So that's worth mentioning, So yeah, what comes next?
What comes next? And I hear people talking about, storming the Houses of Parliament, doing arrests and things like this. For me, this has to be an internal problem, because I'm a mentalist, so I go with mind precedes matter, and also I go with more with the sort of holographic universe, and that we are individual units of photon light, which is part of the hologram. So kind of we create our own reality as an individual and a collective, and this is why it's a little bit disjointed in this realm, and a lot of things don't make sense because they can't. Because if you've got 8 billion people creating, what's it going to look like? It's probably going to look like this.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Because you can't have one thing. You can't say, well, yeah, we're creators. We're co-creators. Well, so is everybody else. But how responsible are we with our capabilities? And also, I think the absolute or the one puts safety mechanisms on every individual. I mean, thank God that some people aren't very creative, because imagine if what they thought about manifested instantly in real time. It'd be quite scary.
It would be dangerous.
But equally, you're going to have individuals that need to actually be good at creating, because they would actually create good things. Now, this brings me back to the practice of metta bhavana, where you're cultivating love, which is, in my opinion, quite desirable. It's quite a desirable thing. This is where I'm kind of sympathizing with the Love and Light Brigade in some ways. Although, at the same time, I do think a lot of the problems have been caused by the Love and Light Brigade because they've neglected the devil. Because Love and Light people tend to ignore their inner devil and only focus on the love and the light. But in this realm, the devil is 1/3 of the reality. So it's not a case of eradicating the devil and only being good or love. It's a case of balancing the forces, because remember, the devil, I don't believe the devil is an external force. Also, I don't believe demons are external. I think they're all internal and they're all within us, and we give consent or we allow them to manifest. For the most part, I don't think they're real. I think they provoke like our actions. They can influence our actions. And let's face it, we're all guilty to a degree or another of most crimes that are committed, apart from maybe some severe or heinous crimes. But maybe some people do have that within them, and it bleeds out into reality, into the shared reality. But we need to take the power back in terms of taking responsibility, taking ownership, and owning what has manifested, and start with the reconstruction or the reset of the self, of the individual. Because I can't change you, you can't change me. We can only change ourselves, and we have to want to change ourselves. And the simple saying is like a light will shine the brightest in the dark.
Yep. A single candle lights up the darkness.
Yeah, and that's the balancing of the forces. Because, for instance, if you eradicated the dark, there would actually kind of technically be no light in some ways. Depends.
Yeah, there can only be light with darkness.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a case of balancing. So, like, we have good days, bad days, but for the most part, things are only good because we've experienced bad things. If you've got no comparison, no contrast, then you wouldn't really know what good or bad was. And unfortunately, whether we like it or not, as individual photons of light or essence or soul essence living in this realm, we have to experience this. We have to go through this purgatory, or this realm, which in my opinion, this realm is perfectly designed for the creativity capacity and control. So maybe, right, just maybe, and this is just an idea, that if we all was able to balance our own forces, take control of our creativity and our projections, the realm would change.
And there goes in the Guardians.
No, he's still there. In the Guardians, he's still with us. Just as he's about to drop the punchline.
Again.
That always happens.
Every time.
Every single time. Let me boot him out and try and get him back in. Lynn had a question for Master Lee as well. Master Lee, can you hear us? No, look at that.
He's got red signal. Look.
Someone sat with a switch, like trying to mess us up. Let's go to some memes. I've been saving that one. Master Lee, come back. Yeah, so these are a couple of memes that I commissioned through Sagehead. I hope you like them. Obviously, the wheels falling off the Soviet Union is the one on the right. And I don't know what that is. Awaken is some like Sundance Film Festival. But yeah,
Boris
Awaken.
in Dragon Clown. A combo of Dragon Clown.
I thought it was quality. Right, here's well, we're just waiting for Master Lee to have a reboot. He'll be back with us in just a sec.
Oh, there we go. Look, he's got a good signal now.
No.
Oh no, he's
gone. Right, this is my post from today. Was it? Yeah, today. I said whatever the restrictions change to on Jan 26th or whether it is, it will matter little to those who chose to cover their face with the lies and deceit of the Soviet Union for the past 2 years. They will wear the mask for the rest of their lives. After all, if you had obediently complied with crimes against humanity while everybody else woke up, you would never show your face in public again either.
Well.
Yep. And then we had these memes, and these were for an idea from Master Lee. I gave it to Sagehead about the Karen that is going to demand to carry on.
Oh yeah, there'll be a few.
The jackboot.
Yeah.
So let me just get rid of that.
There'll be whole shops that will require masks and shit like that still.
Yeah, in the Guardian, just as you were getting to the best bit, the signal went. As always. Hello. Oh, look at that. He's gone again. No. It's not allowing us to converse with Master Lee tonight. No. Not liking that at all. And that's not our end because we have plenty of power. Oh well.
That's right.
We'll wait for the signal to come back.
He could just call you if need be.
Right,
Master Lee.
I'm back. Right, I've switched over the Wi-Fi.
Ah, there we go. You sound better already.
Yeah, it's definitely being interfered with, isn't it?
Yeah, because like whenever John Hamer was speaking about that certain priest class and certain subjects, he went all fuzzy. Then when he was just having a normal chat, it was fine. Whenever you get to your punchline, well, you're building up something, you're about to say something really good, and you're gone. Yeah.
Where did I get to?
You were basically
down a hole, down a rabbit hole.
Yeah. Just recap of what you. Well, do you remember when you got cut out from us because I don't know how long you were speaking afterwards.
So, yeah, I was talking about taking responsibility for.
Yes, balancing your own forces. In fact,
there wouldn't be light without darkness. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've given the Love and Light Brigade a hard time over the years. Now, I'm not going to retract that because I do think they are actually largely responsible for what's taking place right now, and I'm talking probably from the '60s with this kind of New Age movement. Now, the reason why I say that is because they tend to negate or neglect the dark or the devil aspect of the human psyche or dark seed consciousness. And because they've done that, and that goes back to that quote. I don't know if you can bring that quote back up again.
I'll find it.
I did. And it's in the first sentence. So, like, for instance, if you fight the devil, he kills you. So, for instance, if we were to storm Parliament, it probably wouldn't end well for most of us, in many ways. Yeah. If you ignore the the devil, which would be kind of only thinking positively, only thinking that everything's love and light, like ignoring the devil, then the devil will just feed on you anyway. And I think that was the program from the '60s, the New Age movement, mixed in with a lot of psyops and distractions and stuff. So that's got us to this point of our inability to balance the forces of this realm. And like I say, none of these forces are external to us. They're actually within. And we don't like that. The Love and Light Brigade hate that.
This is our
Because-
triad.
Yeah, yeah. And like I say, I personally don't believe that the devil or demons are external. I think they come from within, and then they're projected out. Now, of course, if somebody else is projecting the devil and demons, then technically it's an external force to me. But all it will do is that it will tune into my frequency of darkness and harmonize. And
What was it? What's the quote? The thin line between good and evil runs directly through the middle of the heart of every man.
Yeah, yeah. Now, I mean, I've kind of unpacked quite a lot of stuff, and you know, you're talking like years of study of this type of thing, this nature, and also we don't really have the correct language for these situations or this phenomenon. But we need to kind of understand the landscape. The map needs to match the landscape. And this is what I was hoping to speak to John about this, because obviously he's talked about the distortion of history and kind of pretty much that everything's been hijacked, which is kind of what I go along with. And one of those factors is that we don't really understand because of language and because of the landscape that's been painted into our minds, starting off with where we live. You know, what is the nature of this realm? So we don't even know where we live. We don't know why we're here, and we don't really know where we're going to go. Our essence does, and our higher self or our higher being body knows this, but we've kind of forgotten, and we need to bring memory in. And this is what I was going to try and get to with when I was speaking to John about memory and history, that is linked. So if you can look at the historical timeline of the history of this realm, but we also need to start looking and remembering our own internal timeline and history. So as an example, as within, so without, and vice versa. If the external realm's history has been distorted and corrupted, there's a high possibility that our internal memory has also been distorted, hijacked, and forgotten.
Sam Carno's got an interesting question here. Is the yin yang symbol a symbol for a perfect mindset? Is it about balancing your inner forces? I would say yes.
Yeah, the only problem with the yin yang symbol and where it's been corrupted is that it's always it's normally portrayed as a two-dimensional geometric shape, when in actual fact it's actually a sphere.
Or a torus, maybe.
Yeah, the correct yin yang should be a sphere, spherical shape, which kind of changes things a bit, and it goes towards the torus field. So I don't think it's necessarily black and white or opposite. I mean, obviously it's the balancing of the two, which gives you the third force. I mean, in essence, it's a triad. It's a geometric shape of the triad. The harmonizing of of the polarities. And it's a visual aid to evoke that within. And this is the sort of education that we need. You know, we need to start receiving the emanations from the correct geometric shapes, to give us back the memory of the correct landscape, the inner landscape. And this can really only be done through, well, it can be done in many ways, but the geometric shapes is the easiest and quickest way to do it, rather than say for me to give you, I don't know, like the act of breathing. You could say that as yin yang. You've got breathing in, you've got the breathing out, and then you've got the pause in between the breathing in and breathing out, which will give you the balance, the reconciling force between the two. Okay, so that's quite easy to understand, but I could make it really complicated. So let's say air is hydrogen 192. When it enters the lungs, it's hydrogen 96. When it hits the blood nervous system, it's hydrogen 48, and when it hits the heart, it's hydrogen 24. You can make it really complicated, and it would probably take a long time to get the gist of it. I think what we need right now, we need a very quick fix and a quickening of education with regards to who we are, what we are, and why we're here. Starting with understanding that we live in a food chain. And until we understand that it's all about energy and the giving of energy and the receiving of energy in a reciprocal manner, as opposed to a harvesting or a slaughter or an abusive use of energy, it's very difficult for us. And simply understanding that everything is a triad. So you've got the sun, the moon, and the earth, and they feed each other, or they should feed each other in the correct manner. But it needs to be reciprocal, not stealing of energy. And we need to adopt that type of attitude towards everything that we do. So as an example, the quickest way to lose energy is what we would call identification. So when you become identified with something, that means that your energy is pouring out towards whatever you're observing or perceiving. What we need to do is we need to not give away our energy to anything that comes into our field of vision. This is why I say I'm very careful where I place my attention, because sometimes it can just completely drain me. Of course, we need to look at various things and start to understand what drains you and what gives you. Then you can start to find some balance. So as an example, if I need to speak to my accountant and I find that very draining and I become very identified about my financial situation, I could equally balance that up by looking at a Rembrandt self-portrait, which may feed me energy. Now, if I'm only losing energy to stressful perceptions or identifications, then I'm going to be very low energy, and that means my essence isn't going to be able to grow because I'm not feeding my essence. So we need to start looking for things that will feed the essence. And this is something that I believe that a lot of people in the truth movement are failing to get the gist of. So after spending days, weeks, months of going down rabbit holes, you may find that you're very low in essence. And you start to lose who you are, because you're going down all these rabbit holes that are stealing your energy, stealing your essence. But it's not to say you shouldn't do that, but you got to balance it out.
Got to make sure you feast on the whole rabbit.
Well, yeah, you got to find things that feed your essence.
Yeah, you've got to recharge your batteries as well.
Yeah. I mean, once you start to see the nature of reality in that way, as a food chain, so something's giving you energy, something's taking your energy, and you keep it in balance, then you'll be healthy. The definition of stress is the over identification with perceptions.
Yeah,
that's it, really.
That's a very good explanation for what stress actually is.
Yeah, it's
because everyone's stresses are different, and everyone's mindsets. Everyone stresses about different things, don't they?
Yeah, it's depleting your energy, where you're basically thinking about happenings that would deplete your energy. So it's almost like installing a parasite.
Yeah, like we really need to start to understand our inner landscape. Like, we talk about the self, but what is the self? Very few people have any understanding of what self is, and also they think that the self is only one thing. when in actual fact the self is made up of three things. You've got the me, you've got the I, and the am. Now, they mean different things. Now, everybody has those three aspects of the self. Now, if you're using the me when you should be using the I, you're going to have a problem. If you're using the am when you should be using the I, you're going to have a problem. And these are just kind of aspects of the self. So in simplistic terms, the me would be the inside mind instinctive aspects of somebody. So we all say me, 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 me. We all have that. That is the side of us, and we need that to survive. Because without that, and some people might say it's ego, without that, you would just kind of starve to death because you'd be so selfless that you wouldn't bother eating, or you'd just spend all your life feeding everybody else. Yeah. So we've all got an instinctive side. Now the problem is when it's out of balance, out of control. So when you're only me, 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 and it's all about me, and it's all about what I can get from others, then you've got a problem. And then you've got what's known as the I, which a good descriptive would be the self-conscious outside mind. So the I is the part of the self that is always concerned with what other people think. Now, we all have that as well. Some people don't have it, some people have it more. Some people are very identified with what other people think of them, and they will do anything to please people. Now, that in itself is not healthy. But actually, to be absent of it is not useful either. Because you do need to consider what other people think. Otherwise, we'll just all walk around like tramps. And have very bad behavior.
Yeah.
And then the third aspect is the am. You know, what is the am aspect of the self? Well, the am is both the me and the I in balance. Which is the triad again.
The third force ignited.
Yeah, it's the am. I am. I mean, you hear, religious texts talk about that. I would say that the am is being reasonable, is the reason of God. So when somebody's in the am, that means they're a reasonable person. It's very hard to be reasonable with a me, me, me person. It's very hard to be reasonable with a people pleaser. Reason comes into play when you're in the am, the I am. And then you've got the external other, which is we. And this is the foundation for any psychological operation. And when I continue, you'll fully get the gist of this. So what do you see taking place with regards to any psychological operation? They always use the we. We are in this together. We have to wear masks. We all have to
collectivism.
Collectivism, yeah. And that's the enemy to the me. Or not the enemy, it's the opposer to the me. It's not by coincidence that me and we is inverted. The we is an inverted me. If you look at the letters.
Of course.
Right?
As above, so below.
So
that's a perfect example of as above, so below.
Yeah. So the energy of Satanism, and remember, Satan isn't a person. Satan isn't an external figure or person. Satanism is basically the we.
It's an ideology.
Yeah, of the we.
Yeah.
We must do this. Now, I've spent quite a lot of time with some very deep occultists, and they will not use the word we. They call me out on it all the time. So even in conversation, if I say we, they say no. You can count yourself in. Don't include me with your we. And that's very important to a high level occultist because they're operating on the level of energy exchange. So they will not include themselves with the collective in the same way that we would normally, like I've said it then, like we would normally. That is the
they pull you up on that.
Yes. Yeah. So right then you just saw it in action. Yeah. We would normally. That is a satanic verse.
I mean, you could say everybody as well is the same kind of thing.
Well, the thing is, right, and this is why the English language is really the ultimate language for Satanism, because it's designed purely for what I'm explaining. It gives the perfect, it's the perfect language for psychological operations.
Yeah.
It's the language of sophistry.
Multiple
Yes.
meanings to the words.
This is something when I started to learn how to speak Thai, and learn, like, for me, I found it very easy because there were so few words. Once I knew the word for what didn't want, did want, good and bad, you know, just these binaries, I found it very easy to basically express myself, because, you know, and then you find how many words are there in English for good? If you wanted to describe something, you know, fantastic, brilliant, stupendous,
Fantastic.
amazing. There is literally dozens, scores of words to describe one thing. In these other languages, these tonal languages, you don't have that. You know, it's very direct. The speaking is direct. It's done with tones. You know, the Germanic languages, of which English is one. Yeah, we have a lot of different descriptive
Well,
words for one thing.
I'll tell you what the main difference is with regards to languages. So if you look at Japanese and Chinese, right, their words are actually pictures. So they're symbols which the conscious and the subconscious can understand. When we write in English, it's not a picture. And this is something that's very hard to get the gist of when you learn Japanese or Chinese. That actually, like, I don't know, the word for mountain, guess what? It actually looks like a mountain when you write the kanji.
I mean, you can track that right back through history as well, because if you look at hieroglyphics in Sanskrit, they're very much symbolism. I mean, Sanskrit's probably the crossover between modern day lettering and ancient hieroglyphs.
Yeah, I think the Sanskrit was the turning point of ancient cosmology and geometry. I think that was kind of when it got hijacked.
Maybe that was another form of reset.
Yeah, carry on, Master Lee.
Lee?
Oh no, not again.
We might have lost it.
You've just got right. Going back to, he was just about to.
Oh yeah, he's gone red again.
Yeah, so that right. The last thing he said was going back to. We don't know. We don't know what he was going back to. Let me put him out again.
I think it was going back to the Chinese language. I think that's where we left off. That's where he left off before I was talking about Sanskrit. So.
Master Lee. So yeah, back to the memes. The next meme was actually commissioned by Master Lee, and I gave it to Sagehead. Oh, he's back.
Going back to.
You were saying going back to.
Yeah.
Talking about this, yeah.
Yeah, so right. So going back to, say, the me and the we, and I'm talking like psychological operations. So you always see these characters that will stand on a podium, and whether it's politicians, whether it's the protagonists of the current narrative, they always try to use like the majority, like I say, we. They always put that kind of guilt trip on everybody. And you can see that's what the main driving force is with regards to all of the mandates or pseudo mandates that are rolling out. Now, people are literally taking going to the Britney Spears concert because they feel an obligation to become part of the.
Everyone's got to do their bit, Master Lee.
If you think about it, that runs throughout life as well. I mean, to fit in, feel the norm. I mean, look, you go to the supermarkets and they have hordes of the same products, and then that will make you think that that's what you should be eating because everyone else is eating it. So it's that sheep mentality to fit in.
Yeah, and you've heard me say
we've been groomed
before,
into collectivism since we were born, all of us.
Yeah, and you've heard me say this before, that it's not about what is right or wrong. It's about what the majority are doing. What the majority are doing becomes the right, even if it's wrong.
Yeah.
Well, the norms are definitely how they get away with what they're doing. Really, you know, to make everyone like you say, Lee, make everyone feel like you're doing something wrong if you don't copy the mainstream norm.
Yeah, and
then you're an outsider.
My New Year's resolution, and I did allude toward this before the end of the year, that we need to start thinking differently. We We need to start doing things differently. We need to start functioning differently. Only then will we see a difference in this realm, because we keep doing the same things, and we keep trying to we keep looking at the same problems. Okay, so like I said, we could eradicate all of the world leaders, but worse ones are going to pop up. It's been proven time and time again. Okay, so what really needs to take place is an inner revolution.
Yep.
We've got to
Start
start
taking
process-
responsibility.
Well, it's like King
Yeah,
David
start
said,
processing differently.
you can't comb the mirror. Yeah, if you
Yeah.
look in the mirror and you don't like the way your hair looks, you don't start combing the mirror. You comb your hair. So when you look out to the world and you don't like what you see, then it's time for some inner work. Change what you're doing, and if you want to co-create, then you can't change what's already been created unless
I
you're
like
changing
that.
the
I think
co-creator.
we need a meme with that. You can't comb the mirror. That's a
Yeah.
really good
It's
analogy.
good. That's,
And,
that's David Icke.
Is it
So,
really?
so,
Yeah.
so as an example, right? I'm going to give you a real mind bender. So, hold on to your seats. Right.
Whoa.
So people will say to me, "Yeah, but I can't create. How can I create? I can't create like £1 million. Like I can't do it. I'm not a creator." Okay. What they're not realizing is that they have created a realm for themselves where they cannot create. That's how powerful the creative
Whoa.
capacity or function is.
Funny enough, you say this, right? I was watching YouTube the other day, and an advert popped up of a man trying to sell his product. But he's like a multi-millionaire businessman, and he said, "You have to imagine yourself as the millionaire before you are. Otherwise, it's never going to happen." And that's very true. If you can't picture yourself in that realm, then you don't belong there.
Well, I was always told, dress for the job you want, not the job you've got. And that doesn't necessarily mean the clothes that you wear. It can mean the way that you conduct yourself, the way that you walk into a room, the way you
How clean your clothes are.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Obviously, it's
I would say that these are all fragments of the creative. I think a lot of this kind of new age manifesting stuff is kind of correct. It's a little bit skew with. It doesn't quite have things in balance. But I think what everybody needs to do, and I would suggest this as like homework, that any opportunity that you get to sit down, right, and really contemplate on being creative. So as an example, like I said, if you feel like you can't create, that is still a creation, because you've created a reality where you can't create. And that means that your creative capacity is totally out of control. Now, for most people, it's a little bit out of control. For some, it's really out of control. For a minority, it's in total control. And people always say to me, "Well, what does a man number 7 or human number 7, how do you describe them?" Well, it's very hard to use words to describe them. You can more or less describe them by what they're not, and what they're not creating, what they're not projecting.
yeah.
For these characters, and I'm using this just as an example, or even inspiration. And this is I'm not saying it to make us feel bad or put us down or anything like that. It's more, to inspire people. So as an example, if you look at how we process, it's largely to do with like speed of process. And something that was always taught to me is that if you can kind of slow down that process or create more space between the eyes or the identification of a process, then you will get more perfection. So as an example, when I talk about art appreciation and why is one painting priceless, it's because for whatever reason, that artist was able to get themselves in some kind of flow state where the space in their creative process was greater. Now, when I'm talking about space, I'm talking about the potential field. So the potential in that space is greater. And at the end of the day, right, think about it. And this is another thing that you've got to get the gist of, is what is creativity? It's it's like a potential energy, because to create, it needs to be like plasticine. It can't be fixed. It needs to be like a plasma.
I often said it's like tapping into like a sphere of infinite potential.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can have little flickers of it, and you can maybe translate it into a pen or a paintbrush or whatever the medium might be. But it seems like these people that we throughout history that are classed as masters have a much better ability to tap into that, whatever that is, at will, whenever they like, and you know, and channel that through. And you know, and as an artist myself, I know what that feels like when, you know, when I've gone round to Omer's to the studio and he's played me some music and I've literally just picked up a pen and before you know it, I've written a whole verse and it's like, what? Wow, who wrote that? Where did that come from? And it just came in the pen. You know, the pen's just going, and it feels like automatic writing sometimes and stuff. You know, so I can really attest to that.
Can I read out a prayer? It's an occultist prayer,
Sure.
and it's I mean, you can kind of like you get the gist of it. Now, it's not a long prayer. I'll right, okay. In the name of the causes of my arising, I shall always strive to be just towards every already spiritualized origination, and towards all of the originations of the future spiritualized manifestations of our common creator, almighty autocrat endlessness. Amen.
Almighty autocrat endlessness.
Yeah. Now that will give you a taster of what the occult is about, because it's all about the causes of my arising. I shall always strive to be just towards every already spiritualized origination, and towards all of the originations of the future spiritualized manifestations. So what we're talking about there is kind of eternal. So it's talking about the cause and the effect, the origin of manifestation, and the
So
future.
what would class as a non-spiritualized manifestation then? Does that even make sense as a question?
That would probably just like manifesting money. I mean, let's face it, you can kind of use manifestation on a very mundane level. We all do it, you know. We all go to work, we make money, we pay the rent, pay the mortgage. Sure. We all have ambitions and aims, and we generally achieve a lot of them. But I'm talking, these are manifestations of the inner, of character, of the essence of the soul, the development and growth of the soul.
So it's not just talking about living beings, it's also talking about art, beautiful art, and all other aspects of creation, to be just towards that as well.
Well, yeah, because it's all one creative energy.
Energy, yeah. That's the thing. That's the way you got to start looking at everything as energy. When I was on the sheep farm podcast, we ended with that. All is energy. That's how we ended the podcast. And like I say, being an occultist, you're dealing with matters of energy, because you realize that all is energy, receiving and giving of energy. Like I say, go in the garden, what do you witness? Look at the family, what do you see? Now, I can go on about the cosmos, but you can bring it back to first principles, you can bring it back to direct realism. So what is a real family? It's all about giving and receiving, isn't it?
Yep.
Unconditional love. Unfortunately, because we've kind of lost our inner functioning, we become dysfunctional when it comes to the family life a lot of the time. But
the family's been under direct attack because of the things that John Hamer was speaking about earlier on.
Yeah.
For some time as well.
But I would say that's not from an external force. I think it's from the internal dark sea of consciousness, or the dark night of the soul, or the shadow self.
Again, no one can make you do it, can they? Unless they got a gun to your head. It's all, it's just an outside influence. It's up to you whether you take it in or not.
So,
But I
if we
think-
say, go on.
Well, this is where that prayer comes into play, because I think what it's alluding towards is the original or originating. It originates from the self, because we are a part of the infinite, not infinite, the eternal common creator, endlessness. Or we're not. I mean, I think we are. Now, if we want to claim that, then that's a big responsibility, because basically you're saying you're like the son, the daughter of God.
Then you really start to sound like David Icke. King David.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I sent him that Christmas card,
In some ways, he's not wrong, is he?
Well, no, that's the thing. When you really unpack what he said in his turquoise face, nothing he said was wrong. He talked about the Godhead. He never said he was the son of God. And when he went back on Terry Wogan, everyone laughed at Terry.
Yeah, man, that's true.
R.I.P. Terry Wogan. Yeah, so I mean, I've heard this before again through Ike's books, like that these archonic entities, jinn, reptilians, whatever you want to call these demons, they're manifestations of what he was calling at the time the Matrix. And he's saying that this Matrix is being projected from within outwards, not the other way around. It was being, or we're tapping into it and projecting it outwards through a meat suit. So, if you were to create a computer game, that you would create baddies in a computer game, wouldn't you, to test you?
Yeah.
And there'd be bosses and stuff.
You know the origin of the greatest psyop. I believe it's the spinning ball theory, because what they've done with that, and remember, I tend not to look at what it looks like it might be, but I tend to look a bit deeper into things. So the spinning ball theory, I think the whole point of that was to get us to believe that we live on the earth, not in the earth. So, for instance, if we lived in a crater, we wouldn't say we live on a crater. We live in the crater. Now, on and in might not sound like a big difference, but it's a whole world of difference.
Yeah, different.
It is a big difference, though. Yeah, it's a big difference.
Yeah. So, being on something means that you're kind of excluded from it, whereas when you're in something, it means it's inclusive.
I saw this post on the internet that really makes me think about what you're saying here the other week, and it was literally a picture of the sky, and it had what we call, I can't remember what the cloud formation name is, but it's almost like the sky is full of white clouds and someone's run a comb through it. And this photo someone took, it looks so incredibly weird, right? And the caption was something like, it was from someone that was a flat earther, right? And I used caption marks. And they said something like, the crazy thing is, we just look up at that and even act like we know what it is. And in the picture, what you saw, you think, well, what the fuck could cause that? It looks so strange, this cloud formation.
Yeah.
It looked like something had been rendered in a computer game, something like that. But, it was an amazing photo, but it didn't look like it had been doctored. And they said, yeah, literally, we look up. It was a very off the cuff remark, but it was very impactful. We act like we even know what we're looking up at. Are we really looking up at the sky? Are we looking up at the inside of something or a projection? Nothing would surprise me.
Well, I think it's like a holographic dream. I think the easiest way to describe this realm, and I always say this, that reality is not as fixed as we're led to believe. It's a lot more fluid, and it's a lot more pliable. It's just that the powers that shouldn't be, maybe they are a manifestation of our inner control mechanism, of our creativity.
How else could someone like Lord Schwab exist? Here he is, a picture of him. Right here. Like, he's literally, if someone was going to dream up The ultimate James Bond villain.
Yeah, what would they look like?
And what would they sound like?
Yeah.
What would they say?
Exactly, yeah.
What would their history be? Their history would be someone like Lord Schwab, like his dad took over from the guy with the mustache, took over Germany's finance. You know, Schwab. It's like, did we manifest all of this? Did I manifest the greatest apocalypse ever? Because like I didn't want everyone to think I was crazy.
I mean, like he is the perfect fit, Schwab.
He is. I couldn't. Like, I often say I couldn't have written this stuff. You know, like when I was going on about this stuff like 5 or 6 years ago, like Agenda 2030. I'd never heard of Klaus Schwab back then. I'm not even sure he existed. I'd never heard of him, and I'd really done my homework. And then all of a sudden,
you only just manifested him a couple of years ago, man. Come on.
Yeah, mate. I just manifested him for the purpose of this show. I was like, oh, we needed a character, Lord Schwab. He'll do. Yeah, I don't know.
This brings into question cause and effect, doesn't it? Or chicken and egg. You know, are we a response to what's manifested, or are we the cause of what's manifested? It's probably both. And I mean, here's one, right? It's slightly off on a tangent, but it will kind of give you a good gist of what we're talking about. So, for those who have experienced seeing a ghost, yeah, or a poltergeist activity, now you get some people that don't believe in ghosts and they never see them, and in their reality they probably don't see them and ghosts don't exist. Whereas you got some people who believe in ghosts and they're scared of ghosts and they're fearful of ghosts, and guess what? They see ghosts. Now I would say that what is manifesting the ghosts is the fear of them.
I think the same is true with UFOs as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to want to believe.
Those people that are professional UFO watchers, they can go to that. There's a couple of mountains in America they can go to, set up a camera, and they can literally film UFOs like almost 24 hours a day. They're just fucking flying all over the place. It's like happening all the time.
Are they manifesting them themselves?
I don't know.
Or is someone flying?
But they're catching them on film.
Yeah.
And it's like, and it's not being debunked. So. I'm totally down with this. The more shows we get through, the more fluid reality is getting. That's definitely for sure. After show 33, something happened. Everything just wobbled and just went a little bit liquidy.
We all understand the power of the observer. I mean, even quantum physics basically talks about this with the double split theory and Schrodinger's cat.
Real science.
When anything's observed, it acts differently. That is proven throughout quantum mechanics.
Yeah. So it's like that thing about the analogy, like if a tree falls over in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a noise? And I always used to get to ask people this years ago before any of this happened, and I'll say this isn't a trick question. There is a correct answer, and they're like, "What do you mean?" This is like a philosophical question. I was like, "It's not." I said, "If there's no one there to hear it, the tree probably didn't even fall over in the first place and the forest didn't exist." And people used to look at me like I was absolutely nuts. But what we're basically talking about now is that's true. Is that quantum physics is saying that the universe is pretty much rendered by the fact of observation.
Yeah, and there's that if a tree falls down and nobody hears it, does it make a sound?
That's literally what I just said. While you were just yeah. No, I want to hear your take on it. Go on, please.
Well, I think it's both.
Oh, you think it's both? You've gone for the double 33 option. I thought I'd already chosen the third. No, I chose one.
Lee's ordered the 66.
The double 69 option.
I quite agree with what Lance said, to be fair.
Well, I said that if there's no observer there, not only does the tree not make a sound, the tree didn't fall because the forest wasn't even there.
It didn't exist.
Yeah. Well, this is why we have to be careful with like our creative capacity, with manifesting, also with like our observations. So, and I've said this before, right? If nobody sees something, reality can be more fluid. And I think I use the example of, say, you walk into your kitchen, you put your car keys down on the table, and nobody else sees you do that. You could walk back into the kitchen and you can't find your car keys because reality is quite fluid. Yeah, we've all done this.
That is my life.
Literally, we think
my life too.
literally, we think somebody's playing games, somebody's moving objects around. Well, that's potentially because reality is more fluid than what we think. And it goes back to memory again, because what you've got to remember is memory is not only the memory, but you're using memory to remember the memory. So it's quite
almost
flawed.
like it's like RAM and hard drive.
Yes. Yeah. Whereas if you walk into a kitchen and there's 10 people in the room and they all see you put the keys on the table, that means that reality is more fixed because there's been more observers of that reality or the non-reality.
Then that's held in the collective RAM.
Yeah.
Now you've bumped yourself up from like 16
As opposed to the
32
singular,
gigs. Now you've got 64 gigs of RAM.
The collective RAM being
And
the
those
Akashic
keys are held
record.
there in the collective Akashic records. Yes.
Yeah.
Whole rabbit.
Yeah. And this
Right,
is,
yeah,
this
because you
is-
talked about that with your diving, didn't you? When you used to go, you would
Yeah.
say you would dive in a place that had never been, that hadn't really been looked at before. You would try to find a rock that maybe no one had ever turned over before, and you tried to
Yeah.
observe what was on there, because maybe no one had observed that for potentially thousands of years. What was on that
Or
rock.
ever.
Or ever.
If ever, yeah.
And I could almost see it being rendered. Like, it was literally, it's a bit hard to explain, but it was almost like I could witness the rendering. It was different to normal reality, where, for instance, I look at a road sign that I don't know, 1 million people have looked at.
That's held in the collective memory. It's held in Google as well.
Yeah.
All the roads and all the road signs are held in the synthetic memory as well. No.
Yeah. And and this goes to things like business plans. So as an example, I want to do a business. I have an idea. It stays in my head. I don't write anything down. I don't show it to anybody. I don't show it to the bank manager. There's a high possibility that the business either won't ever happen, or if it does, it will fail. And even business managers and banks know this. This is a cult. This is occulted stuff as well. So what is a business plan? You write it down. You write down your ideas. You run through it all, and then you show it to other people. You show it to investors. You show it to the bank manager. You show it to your friends, family. So in a way, you're kind of cementing that as a reality. And this is why banks and investors generally won't be interested in any business idea unless you produce a business plan.
So I cast
And
a
that's on a
spell.
mundane level. Yeah. That's magic. And we do it all the time. And all this
And most people
paperwork,
have
all
no
the forms
idea.
you fill out- Yeah, all these forms that you sign, all these paperwork that you look at, this is magic, and this is spellcraft, and this is the occult. Because most of the time, when you sign an agreement and you think it's a contract, you're agreeing to somebody else's terms without having any of your own.
Yeah, that's right. We think about that. Every time you sign a contract, when was the last time you actually wrote a counter contract and asked the other people to sign as well?
Or when were you consulted about that contract's printing? Like, if, for example, you got any mobile phone contract, you've got no say whatsoever in really how you're going to get it.
Well,
you know.
bank loans, you don't really sign a contract, you sign an agreement.
An agree. That's what I was going
Because-
to say. It's an agreement, isn't it?
Yeah, because you've got no, there's nothing on you've got no terms. It's all the terms that they provide in their agreement that you sign, and they give you the money on their terms.
Again, it's
You know,
all consensual.
A real contract would mean that you have terms and conditions that apply to them. But it's
Right,
their ball.
okay.
It's their rules, so to speak. It's their money. You know, they manufactured it, produced it. We didn't. we didn't.
Yeah, there you go.
They didn't.
Dragon 67's burger comment fractal banking.
Is that something that's coming?
Can you not see it on the?
Yeah. No,
Sorry.
I was about to say, is that like some new crypto? Is that something that's coming on the
No,
blockchain?
it's just a take, and it's a take.
Fractal banking. But well, it's like
Because I think fractals make everything in life.
with a
don't they?
quantum computer. Imagine the kind of like dark money wizardry they'll be able to use with a quantum computer system.
Yeah.
I have some memes here. Maybe can we zoom?
Can we
Zoom back? Is it zooming out or zooming in? Let's zoom back out
Zooming
again.
in.
Yeah. No,
No, zoom in.
yeah. Yeah, let's zoom in.
Let's dissect.
Yeah, let's dissect. Let's go back, right? Because, quite a lot has been happening while we've had a break. So let me sum it up. Oh, yeah, by the way, Inner Guardians, here is the follow-up meme to the Karen Waitrose, the ball and chain. This is the one I think you actually requested.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here we go. So it's from Sagehead. I believe this is Lorraine Kelly. She is boasting a rainbow NHS badge along with like a Soviet Union badge and a Freemason tattoo. What does it say here? In protest at our sacred mass being no longer required, we have opted for the jackboot instead. Hashtag jackboot mandate. And mask and misinformation pusher award 2021. Yeah, Sagehead.
Yeah.
Sagehead and Auntie Coviet really smashing it. Really taking it away.
Got the graphic
because they're
from
gonna
the top.
they're gonna have to find something to install as a replacement to the mask. These people are addicted to this kind of mask phenomena. But I guess they'll just carry on wearing them. Like I can't remember who said it. It will be easier to identify the Satanists because they'll still.
I think you said that.
I think that was your quote.
No. I said I want them to keep the mask mandate because
you can
I know who
identify
the Satanists
easier.
are. And then somebody else said, I think it was you, Lance. I'm sure you said.
I always just said this is like now you can just see who's who straight away. It's like, anyone still wearing a mask now is plainly a Satanist. Maybe it was me. Okay, so what else happened while we've been away? We had a new Knights of the Realm, didn't we? One of them, Lewis Hamilton.
It's a shame.
So sausage fingers here, knighting Lewis Hamilton. This is just like the last night. And someone has got
medieval practice.
Yeah, that's Freemasonic practice. Someone's got Lewis Hamilton's dignity on a plate here, saying "Remember this." Also Tony Blair got a knighthood as well, didn't he? Jesus, wow!
People were in uproar about this, honestly.
Like in any normal circumstances, if there was that much uproar, like normally it would be like rescinded, so they have to give it up. But no. Not when you've achieved as much as Tony Blair.
He had to wait quite a while, didn't he?
Yeah. There's a long queue of genocidal maniacs that are waiting for knighthoods and paedophiles. So yeah, that happened in our little break. What more can we say about that? This is some lovely, what was it? Caveat.
This
is some top flight caveat. Yeah. Like Sagehead and Russ Kieran are like two top flight caveatists. Right, here's a good story. China are bringing back the anal swab.
Are they actually?
Yes, they are.
No.
At least 20.
Well, for the caveats.
Yeah. Well, just before the Winter Olympics. So this is from the 21st of January, which is yesterday. China brings back anal swab testing for COVID 2 weeks before the Winter Olympics. And I'd literally just like Googled some pictures. Look at this diagram.
The anal swab is brilliant. The top middle.
The anal swab going into the rectum there, and you've got this. Look at the woman's face. No, not in the mouth. Please, in the rectum. And then someone here, it says Chines. I guess that means Chinese are walking like penguins after all being anally swabbed. My goodness. Just when you thought the Soviet Union couldn't get any worse.
Wow.
So yeah, well, here's a breaking story. Not breaking to anyone that's really been looking into it. I knew this was going to come out. Cornerstone and Ghislaine were involved with the World Economic Forum's fourth industrial revolution.
What a surprise.
Who'd have guessed it?
What could this possibly mean? How could this be interpreted? Well, what do you think the $120 million that went between Bill Gates and that thing with the Boris guy who was Cornerstone's security guy? That was a gene editing company.
Mm-hmm. Surprise, surprise.
That's linked to Harvard University. It's like, what do you think Health Chancellor Gates is asking Cornerstone for advice? He was probably one of the leading transhumanists in the world. Think about it. right? It's been admitted in the mainstream media that Cornerstone had a whole ranch of women basically tied up to birthing machines that were there apparently consensually, and he was well into gene editing to make the master race in his own image.
This perfectly links to that. I think it was Futurism article I sent about
Yes.
abusing sex robots.
Joe, I'm glad you touched.
What happened there?
I'm glad you touched on it, Lee, because that I've looked into that since you put that up this afternoon. There's a crazy amount of people talking about this now, because I think it's going to become a thing.
Yeah. Well, can you imagine Epstein's kind of virtual reality world?
Oh God.
I'd rather not.
What would it look like? And this goes back to creative capacity, out of control. Imagine an eternity. Imagine if he was allowed to create and manifest this for eternity for all of us.
Well, he probably has already created it somewhere. It's probably running in a lab somewhere already. Sponsored by Jimmy Savile.
Well, I think there might be a kind of creator, where he's running around with Jimmy Savile.
Where you just see this for eternity.
Wow.
What is that quote from Revelations? Men will seek death and will not find it. It's like a curse.
Would you like me to lap dance for you? Do you like my thong? It's vulcanized rubber, never perishes.
All right, I reckon there'll be a Jimmy Savile sex bot.
Not being funny, who would buy that realistically? Come on.
It'd be forced upon you, mate.
Like Alan Saville, Jimmy Coogan. So here's a great one from Auntie Covia. I don't know how much I like myself being in this, but I was a big Alan Partridge fan. I'm just your biggest fan, Steve. You won't be after I've played Savile. And what was it? This is some stage hypnotist. When I click my fingers, you will reject the Soviet Union and tell us what they have on you to make you play Savile. With Steve Coogan under Alan Partridge, rather under hypnosis.
I just had a really weird thought. Better not say. I might create it.
No, go on.
Really?
Someone will create it in me.
You've already created it, Lee, by telling us that you've
already created it in your head. You might as well let it free.
Right. Okay. I'm going to pray afterwards that it doesn't manifest.
Pray to Ronald.
I was just thinking about the facility in Wellingborough and who's going to be in charge of designing the entertainment. Now, imagine if the designers for entertainment for the Wellingborough institution is going to be Epstein, Savile, and Peter Sutcliffe. I don't know. There's 3 characters. So when you're locked in your cell and you're given a virtual reality headset,
oh my God,
that's your entertainment.
We need Yorkshire puddings with the Yorkshire Ripper. Oh God, yeah.
Can we have a meme for that, please?
Auntie Covia, Auntie Covia or Sagehead, please can you get on that? So we've got here Knights of the Noncehood. We've got Tony Blair.
Is Keir Starmer on there?
No, but
he belongs on there.
Has he been knighted?
No, yeah. Keir Starmer has a knight. Well, maybe not a knighthood as in Sir, but he is a knight of the Bath. He's a knight of the
realm, but he's not. He's
a knight of the Bath. Actually, he's an official knight of the Bath.
He's not officially been cucked yet.
So it's a different sort of knighthood. It's a.
Yeah.
Do you realise after what I've been talking about, Rise Above could be responsible for the manifesting and creating of the future. So we've got to be careful what we.
It wouldn't be the first time we've done that.
But
maybe we project the future, or maybe we're actually creating it by talking about it on this show.
I predict it right.
We're never wrong.
We pray to be wrong sometimes. Pray to Ronald.
I think the get out clause is that as long as you do it with humour or like comedy, then maybe that puts a delay into the creative process.
Yeah, let's hope.
Hey, well, anything? Hey, we tried our best to throw a spanner in the works, but the infinite content creator just doesn't slow down. It's like one of those bad guys in a Marvel film where you fire an energy weapon at it and it just absorbs the energy and just gets stronger.
Grows another head.
Yeah, it grows another head. Grows 3 more heads. Yeah. So yeah, but thanks, Bruce Tansley, saying the meme game is strong. There's quite, hey, I've been like skipping all through these memes. Where did we get to earlier on? So this is a great one. Right, a term that Inner Guardians coined last year was adult baby. And I don't think I've shared this on the show yet, but Sagehead has really sort of given us the full breakdown of what an adult baby is here.
Isn't there some fetishes like this? I don't know. Like
it looks like some sort of weird fetish, yeah.
Where the men dress up as babies and get, you know.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course there is. I don't know what it's called, babyism or something. But yeah, it's definitely a thing. But yeah, I mean, I'll just let everyone break this down for a minute. But amazing detail on these memes. They're more like, there's so many different styles in our meme squad.
This is more like a guidebook.
It's more like an annotated sort of like spider diagram. Oh, drives their own car in gloves.
The stages towards adult babyhood.
Yeah. Oh, it's like all the teething.
The phases.
The phase.
The phases of childhood.
Trust this morning. Oh God. Okay, so yeah. All right. Okay, now we're into Russ Kieran land, and this is proper Covey art, I think.
Look at Witty.
These like selfie sort of the compositions are really good because you've got like all of the Soviet Union usual suspects like with a selfie stick in front of like scenes of like just pure pestilence or genocide.
Well, that is their work, isn't it?
Yeah. It's the masterpiece they've created.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, so Russ Kieran, I am going to get that rabbit T-shirt to you. You deserve it. And don't forget that we have got the competition. I've showed the picture twice. I will show it again. If you can guess all the people.
The definition of this Covey art is the dark sea of consciousness.
Yeah.
This is it.
This is the graffiti on the wall as you're going through the tunnel of the dark night of the soul. It's like a Banksy in the tunnel in the shadow of the Valley of Death. Absolutely,
you know what,
love it.
All jokes aside, this could actually be like very therapeutic. Without, we've probably created a therapy without realizing it. How to get through the dark night of the soul or the shit show.
Absolutely. Hey, I'm not.
At least it's funny. Look, at least they make it funny.
Yeah, we try our best. We don't even have to try very hard anymore. It's already like well funny. But we've said it before, and it's not an exaggeration. I've had messages that people have literally said, "I don't know what I've done without this show." Like it's not an exaggeration that people were like really on the edge. Some people that have contacted us in good faith and said, thank you so much. Just for providing somewhere that we can come where there's other people like us that can see what's going on and that haven't normalised absolute insanity, or at least attempted to normalise it.
I think that's part of their winning, their game plan really is to separate people so they don't feel together, because there's a lot more of us who feel the same way. A lot more of us think the same way. Some of us are brave enough to speak out. Some of us observe and some of us shut down.
Some people watch this show and don't even admit it to their friends. I know that for a fact. Some people watch with no profile and they're not in the comment section. Inner Guardians. He's back.
I'm back.
Yeah, we have to laugh in the face of the devil. Like Inner Guardian said with his quote that I sort of started this whole section with. Don't fight the devil; he will kill you. Don't ignore him. He's just going to literally consume you. Like, don't become food for the moon. You've got to use the catalyst in a constructive way. And we find if you want to build something, you need some lubricant, and humour, satire, and top-level Covey art like this is good lubricant. Really good. Like this one too. Particularly good.
Somebody's put in the chat about manifesting our own insanity. Can you see that?
Where is that? Jim Hunt.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw it on one of the Facebook posts on Inner Guardians. I've changed the term insanity to inner sanity.
Yes, I saw that. Reclaiming it.
Yeah, reclaiming the insanity.
Oh right. So Dr. Shillery Jones has got some Matt Dazalam in his hand there, right?
Yeah, he's proud of what he's done here to these two old people.
I'm going to tell a little story. Do you remember I said like last year? I said, I'm going to speak to my GP about what's going on, saying I'm a bit under stress and everything. Yeah. Well, I did that. Okay. And I said, I was talking about exemptions, and this is before the self-certified exemption got taken away. I said, I've got to be honest, I'm not taking part in the medical experiment. He admitted to me it was a medical experiment.
Yeah, well, they know what's
the
going on.
GP admitted to me that he couldn't provide any evidence to show me that the medical experiment was safe, etc., etc. And I said, look, I'm not taking part. Every time I turn on the TV, every time I open the paper, every time I do this, it's saying take part in the experiment. I'm having sleepless nights, I feel stressed. I'd like something to help me sleep with to cure my insomnia. Here's what he gave me, and this is God's honest truth. I'm going to show you right now. This is the Asda Pharmacy, right? Ready?
Go on. What you got?
You almost thought it was going to say Metrazapine.
Is that birth control?
No, look, right. I thought it said Midazolam. He gave me Metrazapine, right? Now, for anyone knows what this is one of the strongest antipsychotic drugs that you can get prescribed. Shall I actually read the side effects?
Yeah, no.
Do you want me to open it up, right? Okay. It's massive. Now, I didn't say that I had any of the things that you prescribed this for.
Suicidal tendencies, is that one of them?
Oh, yeah. That's just that's on the first section. Where is it? Oh my god, it's massive.
Just give us, reel off a few of the top delights.
Right, okay. Possible side effects: memory problems, cannot form new memories, feeling elated or emotionally high, yellow colouring of eyes, disturbance in function of the liver, severe upper abdominal pain with nausea and vomiting, thoughts of harming or killing yourself.
Wow.
Contact your doctor or go to hospital straight away. Like, this is what he prescribed me.
Because you couldn't sleep.
Because I couldn't sleep because I was stressed about the Soviet Union. If I took these, guaranteed I would turn nuts.
Well,
it's like if I took these, I would probably believe in the Soviet Union.
Thank fuck you weren't given Logactil or something like that,
When I pulled out of the box and I just saw M and all those letters, I literally thought he'd given me Midazolam.
Wow.
It's like prescribed me 2 boxes of Midazolam. I don't care. I'm gonna literally rip my doctor a new arsehole if I ever get to see him again. I probably won't. I'm pretty much banned from my dentist as well now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you about it in a couple of weeks. So yeah. Basically, my doctor tried to kill me by giving me enough pills to turn me completely insane, and I'd probably end up in a mental.
And you kill yourself.
I took one of those before when someone offered one recreationally, and I had half of one, and I woke up with dribble all over the pillow, feeling like I'd come out of an operation. I was like, why would anyone give you one of those at a party?
Wow.
So think about this, though. They've been
What kind of party you going to?
Made us feel like shit.
Imagine this, though. You're a teenager. You're struggling with life. You're not too sure what's going on. They give you something like that, man.
That was over a phone interview. I didn't even have to see him. I'm sure he just gave me those to get rid of me.
So, but you're an adult, so you're able to understand. Or luckily enough, you're able to understand. But if you're a teenager, you're pretty much forced to take these tablets by your parents, by the schools, and all that sort of stuff. And you grow up taking those tablets. You think about some of the things that have happened in the States where they've got those rules.
Yeah. Where the doctor is like dishing those out like sweets.
I mean, even think people like some serious pop stars have had this. reference like Kurt Cobain. Yeah, they put him on lithium, man. It's a metal.
Well, they have like their own doctor, so that there's like constantly prescribing them just to get them in the right state all the time. Like
Michael Jackson,
proper Michael Jackson in them. Yeah.
What's the doctor called? Harold Shipman.
No, he's not. He's called Dr. Google. He just basically
Dr. Google.
You go in and whether it's something on your foot or like something in your throat, he just like types your symptoms into Google and just goes, "Oh, it's probably this." Here you go. Yeah. But he said
that was the last time I went to
he
my
said he'd been
doctors.
to 2 Britney Spears concerts and he assured me it was safe. I was like, can you provide any evidence that I can't find myself that shows me that it's safe? And he said, no, I can't. So he said, in that case, I can't recommend that you take it. But he goes, oh, you clearly know more than me about what's going on, so I'm afraid I can't answer any of your questions. I said, I've got some real concerns about the pro-COVID reaction test that is being used to diagnose this pandemic. Like, it seems like there's some real problems. He goes, I don't know anything about it.
Trouble is, like really, in some of his responsible
You're my
positions,
dog to me.
they should be looking into it. They should know about it. They're a doctor.
They
It's
don't
part of
want
their
to know.
profession.
Imagine how much money
It's a liability. That's what they're trying to avoid.
He makes 30. He probably makes like 30 quid every time someone's get Britney now because they've upped it.
Absolutely. The people, only the people who own the practice. Maybe not the individual doctors.
They just want the paycheck.
I bet they're getting tens of thousands of pounds over a whole injection session. They get loads of money.
Over injection season.
It's a shame really because I feel sorry for the GP now because a doctor back in the day would actually have, in my opinion, when I was younger, had a lot more medical knowledge than they do, or they seem to have anyway. But like you said, they just come to Google. They don't even get a book out to research it. You know, and type it into Google the symptoms and it pops it up. You might as well get the DSM out.
Do you know what the funny thing was when he prescribed something to me? Because I'll be honest, when I went there, I just wanted it on record. So if any time I come back and I need an exemption, it's on record. I left that prescription at Asda, but when I was flying to Mexico, I thought, well, a mild sedative on a 10-hour flight is quite nice. I thought maybe it's some diazepam, maybe it's a sleeping tablet. I went to Asda to pick it up. I paid £8 for those. I had no intention of taking really whatever he prescribed, but I thought, oh, maybe one tablet on the plane. And when I pulled that out, I was like, I don't want to wake up like on a fucking operating table.
Don't want that petroleum-based fucking pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, absolute dirt. Yeah, so
you remember my complaint against the doctor who sort of prescribed me without examining me?
Yeah.
Without going into much detail. I made an official complaint to the practice manager, and I called back in 2 weeks, and they said, "Oh, well, you haven't really got to worry about it now." I said, "Why is that?" They went, "Well, she's gone now." I'm like, "What do you mean she's gone?" She said, "Well, you wasn't the only person that she was prescribing to without examining." And I was like, "Okay, so what's the story behind that?" And the practice
it means that
manager
people
said,
stand up for themselves eventually. By the sound of it, it means that people are big enough to say, "Look, this isn't right," and they go and complain.
I don't think she was meant to tell me, but I think she was. Well, she just told me. She said, "Well, to be honest, she wasn't a doctor. She had fake."
Oh, here we go.
No.
Who would have thought that maybe the Soviet Union, part of their plan to lay the precursor for the Greta reset, was to ship in a load of consultants and clinicians who aren't really doctors, who are actually just
masquerading as
doctors, are actually just like incompetent or compliant idiots, while all the doctors are on leave or have got a positive or quit their jobs or got a positive PCR test or whatever. This is exactly what happened. Roughly what happened in some cases in the Soviet Union. It was like install a load of idiots to make the important decisions and just let the mayhem ensue.
Isn't this what Thingy touched on?
Well, I told you about
the boxer Carl. No.
Oh.
Boxing ring announcer. Who was that?
Who?
The ring announcer. What's his name? The other guy. What did the DJing for? He was on the video.
Kyle.
Kyle. Yeah. Is this what Kyle touched upon as well?
Yeah. Yeah. Installing useful idiots to facilitate a downfall.
I think I mentioned this before, probably in private. I ended up in some Facebook group. I can't remember how exactly, but it was a Facebook group exposing a particular fraternity of builders that when you're in that fraternity, you can pretty much get a qualification or certificate for any occupation of a high level nature, including being a judge. So apparently, a lot of these high-powered people are not actually qualified.
Oh, really? So maybe all the porch queef masons of the lower degrees that they can just buy a diploma and they can get put in places
Yeah.
to facilitate the mayhem.
Well, and then they reinforce the bigger picture and the hierarchical sort of like system they've got going on.
They haven't got a PhD or a doctorate to lose. They haven't got a medical license to lose. So
You can actually, but you can buy a PhD online. Unfortunately,
It's a very clever way of doing it.
Well, apparently it's quite prevalent in the legal system.
I bet.
And I should imagine, right?
How hypocritical.
Think about it, right? If they've got their qualification and position through some corrupt way, they're going to be far more easy to manipulate.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, I think most are doing what they're told anyway because they just want the paycheck. They just,
Well, because they're already levels up and above where they should be.
Yeah, exactly.
Put there through false means.
And then when they're told to ignore something, they ignore something.
Yeah, that's it. It's very simple.
I mean, this is how I think they've got away with it for quite a long time. Is get dirt on the people, involve them on a small amount of what you're doing, so then they're dirty.
Yeah, but if you choose dirty people in the first place, then you've already done half the work.
Mm-hmm.
If you choose people that are naturally going to want to cheat their way into a position they shouldn't be in, then you've already got the right type of people in place.
Yeah, for sure.
To that are more willing to carry out actions that are going to seriously debase the experience of other meat suits. You want those type of people in place. It's been written out for years that it happened in the American police force, that they changed the psychological profiling tests maybe sometime in the late 90s, mid 90s, and they basically started to attract, rather than sort of righteous, upstanding people that wanted to be pillars of the community, they actually started attracting sociopaths and narcissists.
Well,
and people that have been bullied and stuff like that.
There's a term, corporate animal. So this is like a psychological profiling. So if you work for particular corporations and you show psychopathic or sociopathic traits, then rather than get fired, you'll actually be promoted.
Yeah. No surprises at all.
I think the Wolf of Wall Street movie highlights that actually quite well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that taps into what I was saying about the me aspect of, someone that's polarized in the me side of themselves, that very me. That would be the profile for that.
Yeah,
because they don't want reasonable.
It's just more Satanism.
Yeah, they wouldn't want reasonable people to be at the top. Think about it. Imagine life if it was reasonable.
None of this would have been able to happen.
Well, Rise Above maybe not would have existed.
All of the positions, right? All of the positions where you need reason, they make sure that there's a very unreasonable person there, and you can see it. You can see it on a day-to-day basis.
Sure. Yeah.
And for anybody that's not sure about what I'm talking about, like when I talk about the me and the I and the am, a good way to get like a direct realism of it is if you look at a dog. Now, as you know, I spend quite a lot of time with dogs, so I actually use my dogs quite a lot for like psychotherapy and sort of being able to understand the difference between a human and an animal, and when certain people are more animalistic. Well, if you look at dogs, right? So a dog wouldn't have an I; they only have the me. Now, what do dogs do? Dogs just, when they want to have a crap, guess what they do? They have a crap. They don't care if anybody's looking. They don't care where it is. If they want to hump another dog, what do? They just run over and go and hump it. They don't care who's watching. They don't have a.
Or if they want to hump your leg, they don't care if
They don't
you're
have a
watching.
me.
They'll
There's
look you
no
right. They'll look you
shame.
right in the eye.
Yeah, and a dog will do anything for food, because they're like me. Food. There's no real external consideration with regards to like the observer. So they don't possess an eye. They're very instinctive. So the me aspect is the instinct part of the human psyche. But at the same time, it's necessary, because like I said before, if we didn't have that, we would just go around feeding everybody else and starve to death.
Yeah, so it's about balancing the triad once again. It always comes back to that.
Yeah, and a good exercise of like self-observation is to catch yourself when you're being me, catch yourself when you're being I, and to hopefully experience what it's like to be am.
To be.
Yeah, and also
Yeah.
to identify when you're being influenced by the we. A good way to try that, right, is to, I mean, I'm not recommending people try this, but it's just an idea. Go into a hospital and don't wear a mask and see how you feel. That'd be a good test. You'll probably go through the me, the I, and if you can not identify or be completely at peace with people looking at you in a strange way, then you're probably approaching the am. So you're comfortable going against the we.
If you really want to test yourself, go to Mexico. Don't wear a mask. Go to a hospital.
Go to the big cities.
Go to Oaxaca City and walk down High Street. Go to a Mexican hospital. Yeah, mate. Listen, I know totally what you're talking about. I'm someone that's used to having everyone look at me. It sometimes, yeah, it doesn't bother me in the slightest. But there was a couple of times there when it was like, wow, everyone is literally looking at us like we're from another planet.
Well, I think everybody has a we moment. There used to be a famous exercise within esoteric groups where the teacher would say to the students, right, go on a tube train in London, one that's not too busy, where everybody's sitting down and everybody can see each other. Get a bit of paper in your pocket, take it out, screw it up and throw it on the floor and just sit there in peace while everybody's looking at you. That will sort of test your durability against the we. It's just an exercise. Obviously, you'd pick up the paper when nobody's looking.
But just to see how you feel, see your level of collectivism.
Yeah. And for people that are curious about like esoteric groups, for the most part, a lot of it is about exercises of traveling through the different aspects of the self. And sometimes we require exercises to experience directly the difference between the three parts of ourselves. And the objective is to get to the am, where basically you're at peace. And when I said about human number 7, a human number 7 is like in the am moment, where they're balanced between the me and the I.
All right. I think that's quite a good thought to wrap it up on, you know.
Always good for Minute Guardians there.
Yeah, we're only doing 5 hours of chat tonight. I've got a big show in London tomorrow. I'm back on TV doing bare knuckle boxing, emceeing the show at the London O2. In the Guardians, it's been a pleasure as always, and I know you can go on for a lot longer, but we've got to cut you off there. We will be back next week. Next week, I have got Campbell from Jam for Freedom.
Oh, nice!
Yeah. They're gonna be coming on and telling us about what Jam for Freedom has been all about, trying to beat the Soviet Union by getting people to come together through music. So yeah, should be quite interesting. So in the Guardians, you can check out his work on YouTube in the Guardians.
Is there a midweek chat?
Not this week. I'll start a midweek chat in a couple of weeks. Yeah, I've got to announce that. I'll announce it on Facebook. There's going to be the date for the next customer services where we're getting Nova Flip on, so he can come and call me a white supremacist.
Excellent.
And say I've been triple and could say that I've been triple jabbed and I'm lying.
I'd like to
77th Brigade.
Yeah.
So that'd be a good time for your Egyptian friend to call in as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah. We'll get Abdul to call in. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
just to show your white supremacy.
Yeah. Just show my white supremacy. Oh, such a slave master. Right. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. Once again, we will be back next Friday night. Don't forget to check out the other channel, which is just called Rise Above. The link is in the descriptions. It's got 10 different videos of my trip to Mexico, and it's also got all the edited videos of the stream and shorter content which doesn't appear on the live channel. Loads of videos on there, so check it out, and don't forget to rise above. Inner Guardians, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I got booted then for a second.
Oh, you did? All right. Well, we'll speak to you next week.
Yeah, rise above.
Rise above. Okay.
Rise above, yo.
Rinse that out. Homer Beats.
You wonder ever you're a bad man? No, I don't wonder, Marty. The world needs bad men. If we keep the other bad men from the door, the other bad men from the door.
It's been a cold day since the first time you were a lonely child. You were a friend of mine.
fear, new fear, it's Rise Above. The link on the screen right now is for the other YouTube channel. When we're at 967. When we get to 1,000 subscribers, then it's easily searchable. Rise Above. Extinguishing fear when we generate love. Remember, t-shirts, hoodies are all available. riseabove.news/shop. Nice one, Dragon. That's right, make sure you subscribe to the other channel. We need like another 40 subscribers. Once we hit 1k, then it becomes searchable on YouTube. Then it's all good. Remember, each and every purchase supports our glorious stream, comrades. All of our garments are ethically sourced, no peasants were harmed. Yes, we rise above and extinguish fear when we generate. Extinguish your fear when we generate love. Keep warm this winter with the Rise Above hoodie. Hardman, White Rabbit t-shirts are available. All designs are available. More designs are being added every week. Big up Sam Carno. Make sure you join the Telegram. Rise Above Official. Stay connected all throughout the week. Don't wait till Friday. Stay connected. We're connected, feel the energy, get ready for the global synergy. This choice, make it willingly, feel what I'm feeling, a man that you're feeling me. I'm speaking literally, let me bust my verbal soliloquy. Trust, the burden is killing me, I use my aura discharge ability. Discharge my aura, climb a mountain, cross the border. It's like an all-inner mind explorer. Had the thoughts, killer lines cause torture. In or out of order, ready for the message, reach of your recorder. It's gonna burn from the scorcher, panic on the streets cause mass disorder. Are you a player or a baller? Never matter but your name get caller. Are you standing or are you a faller? How you adjust to the new world order? When you'll make changes, gotta turn new pages. Rising costs, lowering wages. Despite all that, the flame still blazes and the flame's still burning on. The world keeps turning on. Oma Beats, yeah, bust the next song. One. Oma. Take it deep, take it under, take it over. It's Oma. A double L skin, D-D-D-O-O-O-U-U-B. Yeah, are you listening? Big up the city. Yo. Friday nights are back. Oma Beats and Double L's back.
We got the soul vision.
Bear witness to this phenomenon, a clear sickness as it's coming on. That's their business, so I carry on. Beating my fist on the walls of Babylon, and it's vicious if you're a vagabond. In the British Isles, it's not Avalon. The ambitious escapes of their Amazon. This is, yeah, listen. Bear witness to this phenomenon. Rise above, that's how we're coming on. I know this one. Big up Nick Longsworth, Eye for an Eye, Sam Carno, all the family. But we still got 170. Big up Dragon, enjoy the other channel, mate. There's a lot of fun on there. Enjoy Mexico. You see almost everything I've got up to. Stop, freeze, pause. That's right, throw up your hands if you're really down for the cause. Stop, freeze, pause. Throw up your hands if you're really down for the cause. Bass breaks jaws. Hit the floor, get down on all fours. We right, laws. That's right, stand back and wait for applause. Dragon, we can send stuff anywhere. You just post it just a little bit more. It's all through the website now. You go on the website, you type in your address and it will tell you how much the postage costs. Everything is automated. Rise above. We've got new designs being loaded every week. The Greta Reset, the Master Lee t-shirt, the Whole Rabbit t-shirt, the White Rabbit t-shirt, Reject the Soviet Union. All different colours, all different designs, all different sizes. All profits help our glorious dream, comrades. Support Rise Above and reject the Soviet Union with the garments on your chest. That's what keeps us going. We never ask for donations. Buy a t-shirt, buy a hoodie. Thank you very much, Sam. I was happy you said hi. Big up Mrs. Murdoch. Big up all the Rise Above family, I've missed you. We're back. And we're not going anywhere this time. I'm going to call it now. Our next customer services show is going to be either the 4th or 11th of February. I'll give those 2 dates to Nova Flip. Terror Slim, if you're listening. Anyone that's watching, message Terror Slim. 4th or 11th of February is when Nova Flip's going to come on the show and the showdown is going to happen. More like a slaughter. It's Double L, you've heard of me. The flow's poisonous, liquid mercury. Yeah, it's Double L, you've heard of him. My flame gorilla sound boy like Burger King. Check out the videos on the other channel if you want to see what happened in Mexico. There's a lot of fun on there. Yeah, Oma Beats, Double L Skin. What's going on, brother? What's happening? Yo, you want a second helping? something like this. There's a war going on for our minds, for our attention, for our lives, and it keeps going on because we remain blind. The system is shoveling shit in our eyes. Consume this, watch that. Anything on the big screen that's flat. Distractions come in many formats, but time is one thing you never claw back. Playing GTA, hey, hey. Big up Bruce, big up Eye for an Eye, Sam, Ardman, Dragon, everybody all around the crater tuned in. Big up Stuart Rogers. The Beats is going to play us out for the last 10 minutes. So I'm going to say see you guys next week and rise above.
stereo, I would like to add that you can derive the maximum enjoyment from turning the thing on the front of the set, a little thing there with a number on it, turn that round to the right a bit, and then the two things in the corner where the sound comes from, if you keep them away from each other, so you get the, you get a sort of sound as though it's coming from, nowhere, as though it's coming out of the wall. And I'd like to mention these things on behalf of the engineers here at Maida Vale, because we'd like to make sure that you, technically minded, derive the fullest possible enjoyment from your, whatever it is you played on. Thank you. For those of you who have technically minded, derive the fullest possible enjoyment from your whatever it is you played on.
boss. Boss, Sonny, not unlike Hugo. Looking like you ain't got a clue though. If he dies, me ride, it's on you, bro. Ain't playing around, this game ain't sumo. Trust in us, we the real dudes. And don't sugarcoat what the pill do. Penthouse top floor with the ill view. What you don't know, cause he might kill you. Now what it costs, the big money in a Bangkok. Shock you, I'm looking like Blanca. Money talks, son, we don't banter. I said money talks, we don't banter. Off that, what they channeling. Flatline, know that they panicking. Stone face, cold like a mannequin. Beats like a bomb, better bring more paneling.
Systems thumping, this place is ablaze. Systems
Yeah. Stay alert. Good and evil are fighting, so know your worth. Stay alert. Choose your side, stand firm, hold your turf. Stay alert. Eyes peeled, open up, observe. Stay alert. Protect your heart and the breaths that you've earned. Yeah. I'm trying to stay alive, ducking while I dive. Trying to find an enterprise, ain't no starship escape. Give me planetary heights, so I keep my eyes peeled for them demons in disguise. I ain't trying to save myself, man, I'm trying to save lives. If you follow my crumbs, there's a trail to the light. The vigilant vigilante, it's all between the lines. Stay alert, listen up, if you search you will find. Stay alert, good and evil are fighting, so know your worth. Stay alert. Choose your side, stand firm, hold your turf. Stay alert. Eyes peeled, open up, observe. Stay alert. Protect your heart and the breaths that you've earned. Game face, war face strategies. I'm no philanthropist, but I know pain and agony. I know the ups and downs and life's casualties. Missing pieces to the puzzle, that's reality. We're all lost, trying to find a space tangle free. No longer puppets on the string, allow the fantasies. What your eyes can see can leave you panicking. Find me camouflaged up in the canopy.
Don't forget to subscribe to the other channel. The link is in the description. It's Sound of Oma Beats Double L. It's the last one. Until next week, next Friday, 9 PM. We got Cammy. We got Bruce. We got Beta. Don't forget t-shirts, hoodies, stickers are available. Rise Above News. riseabove.news/shop. The link for merchandise is at the top of the screen. riseabove.news/shop. Big up Sam Carno and everyone representing, holding up the Telegram all week long. Proper community on there. Join the Telegram now. Keep up to date with Rise Above all week long.
Del monte será, se le oyen las voces como el pavo real. Se le oyen las voces como el pavo real. Se le oyen las voces como el pavo real. Águilas del monte.
The link on the screen right now is for the other Rise Above channel. Please subscribe. Let's hit 1,000. Then it'll be searchable.
Águilas del monte. Del monte será, se le oyen las voces como el pavo real. Se le oyen las voces como el pavo real. Se le oyen las voces como el pavo real. Siéntelo.
Maximum respect to everyone tuning in. Last mix from Oma Beats. It's the last one. No more mixes.
That's good for those two. I've got a stage tomorrow. I've got to get up at 7.
Until next week. See you guys next week. Rise above.